in the saddle over there. He's our new producer, sort of.
Well, he is for the next foreseeable, 3 months?
I guess, yeah. It was a 12-week gig that he got away. So
Well, you know my theory on that. 12 weeks, I'm still saying that the betting public says that Buckley never returns. But,
He sent us some Club 1080 content today on text.
Yeah, so we already know that he hates...
he's still producing.
Exactly. He hates being around his family because he's still sending in gambling picks and club material.
I forgot to look at it.
I can assure Ryan Buckley that any of the times that Isaac Ropp has been gone, I've never gotten a random Ropp vacation text. Hey, guys, saw this and thought of you.
Just wanted to make sure you guys had this for the show.
Yeah, I can't say...
Hot topic.
Yeah, 17, 18 years together, I can't say that text has ever rolled in.
Oh. So I just clicked on what he sent us. Did you see this?
No, I have not looked at it yet.
Porn star's pet python bites partner's in horror scene, blood everywhere.
Well, I mean, that's your fault for being with a snake gal. You know.
Wow. I have snake news today.
Do you? Hot snake news?
Yeah. Did you see the size of that python they caught in Florida?
Yeah. That thing is, but I didn't see it was like a record or anything, right?
They said it was the second biggest.
Yeah.
So,
because the headline said, I believe it was near record.
That thing was 17 feet, 300 pounds.
It weighed more than me.
No,
significantly.
A python.
And imagine that thing wrapping itself around you. Like, no.
Terrifying.
Makes me think of the movie Anaconda. Nope, right out.
Well, there is like that one dude. He goes.
You mean the documentary Anaconda?
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Isaac.
Yeah, I've seen those documentaries.
Play the new fun game of what accent is John Voight going for in that movie? Because if you don't get it right, you're racist. I'm not sure which is worse. Harrison Ford's attempt at a Russian accent in K-19, The Widowmaker, or John Voight's accent, whatever that's supposed to be. At least with Ford's, you're like, well, I guess that's an attempt at Russian. The Voight one, I don't know what that is. It's something else, but it stars Ice Cube and Jennifer Lopez as well.
Yeah, all-star cast.
Star-studded, baby. Those 90s movies that you just go back and watch 20, 25 years later, you're like, oh my God, everybody was in this. And it was still a piece of S.
Oh. And the special effects, it doesn't quite hold up the way it used to. Spielberg, when he was filming Jaws, the reason why you never see Jaws is he didn't like the shark. His whole that wasn't supposed to be that way. It's just that he always said like he didn't have the shark. And so he decided that he couldn't show it, and it ended up being great because it built all the suspense. But in reality, it looked terrible. Maybe they should have done that with Anaconda. I think they got a little too confident
less is more.
that they had the snake.
Show it right at the end.
There you go. Same thing with the
blurry.
Same thing with the Predator. All those.
Yeah, Predator was like that. And you know what else was like that made a mint was Blair Witch Project.
Yeah,
there was no
you never saw anything.
You never saw anything until right at the very end.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going creepy old movies from the 90s, remember Arachnophobia with Jeff Daniels and John Goodman?
Oh, yeah.
Saw that, I think, for the first time when I was 10, and I'm like, no, thank you. And it was like this series of towns surrounding Jeff Daniels' house at the end, and then he had to fight like a big spider. What the hell?
Well, he had to fight a bunch of big spiders. That scene where they go into the barn at the end.
Well, that is what the movie's about.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there in the title. I mean, it's no human centipede or anything, but it's something.
Really? God. Jeez. By the way, Masters Pete is in the house.
Yeah, you can't see him. He's tucked away in a corner.
Yeah, if you're watching on CW, I don't know if he's on TV or not, but he's over there.
I don't think we have that angle.
Yeah, but that's like the hidden corner.
Yeah.
Where stuff can go down and you won't be on camera.
No, it's the one safe spot that we have.
He will not be on our air today saying that Dana Altman should be fired.
Give it time.
That will not happen.
Still giving the thumbs down right there. I'm waiting for the fire Dan Lanning. They lose to USC.
Well, he's a big Chip Kelly guy, so watch out, Lanning.
Bringing back Chip. He's talking about a guy who's the shine came off him a little bit. I know Chip's
not according to Masters Pete.
Well, Chip's not a bad coach, not by any stretch of the imagination, but what he did at Oregon in, what was it, like 4 years? He was here a short time. That was
magical.
That's one of those that you'll never replicate, and he will never replicate. Just.
You mean he's not going to do that at UCLA?
No. Well, it's weird. I mean, like he changed. We were talking about films like Spielberg and that whole shark thing changed the way people made films. The Blair Witch Project led to an entire genre of like found footage movies. Now there's a million of them. All the Paranormal Activities and Cloverfield and all that. I mean, that was the first one of those. And Chip Chip changed football. The whole concept of no huddle and it's been around for a long time, but that whole blur offense, whatever the hell you want to call it, and the sign cards, and like sometimes he'd run the same play 7 times in a row. I remember like talking on air to teams that they were playing and being like, well, we did some extra conditioning this week. Like teams literally went out and ran like 7th grade wind sprints to try to get ready for Oregon. And now tempo just isn't a thing.
Take your butt out of here.
Teams have adjusted to it, and it's a tool. I mean, some teams use it, but it's not. Hey, will you shut up? At the time, it was like he developed a weapon that no one else had.
Look, he's no Dan Lanning, okay?
Well, he can't. Well, and part of the problem is that he doesn't like to recruit, and when you don't like to recruit, that tends to, be a bit of a thorn in your side there. Talking
All
about
right.
Kelly, not Dan Lanning. I think Dan Lanning lives for recruiting.
I thought you were talking about my man.
No, I think Dan wakes up talking with his pads and talking about recruiting.
They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins.
He's fighting for recruits.
Well, he'll be on our show tomorrow. We have a special guest today. Did you know this? This might be news to you.
What's happening?
We have a special guest.
Who, what? Masters Pete? I know, he's right there. He brought me carrot cake. It was delightful.
Masters Pete's favorite guest of our show is coming on our show. Do you remember Joey Harrington?
I do remember Joey Harrington.
Former Ducks quarterback?
Yes.
He will be on our show at 3:30.
Bourbon news, I'm assuming?
Yeah, we're going to get an update on the bourbon barrel benefit.
Nice.
He's auctioning off, or he's raffling off some bourbon. And you guys need to know, if you haven't heard about it, you guys need to know about it.
So let's go. Let's make a big push.
So he's going to be on in 20 minutes. See what he's doing.
Tasty. Well, he's probably laying down with that weird motion machine on his leg. I think that's probably what he's doing.
Knee surgery.
And then he'll talk to us about, bourbon and whatnot.
So that'll be in 20 minutes. Right now, poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. As always, it's brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling. Family business helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Wrapping up yesterday, we asked if Oregon or Washington slip up in November, where will it be? 54% said Washington at Oregon State.
Yeah.
21% said Oregon against Oregon State. 15% said Washington this weekend against Utah. And then only 10% said USC will beat Oregon.
No, not many people have faith in USC. I mean, I was going through and I was listening to some of the interviews today. They were talking to players. They've been interviewing both of the co-defensive coordinators now. And boy, I'll tell you what, it doesn't inspire a lot of faith.
What'd they say? Do we need to play some audio?
No, there's nothing groundbreaking in there. They said that they're going to try to simplify things. I mean, they're not going to.
That was your.
Yeah, they're not going to try to reinvent the wheel. The problem is that
can't.
No, and it's USC can simplify all they want, but the end of the day, even if you do simplify things, you don't have enough lead in the pencil, and you don't have enough sand in your ass to hold up against Oregon. I mean, it's one thing to. It's one thing to say that we just line up and play, but USC is a small defense. It's not a big physical group. I mean, Bear Alexander, he's a black bear. He's not a brown bear. He's not grizzly. He's not this big, huge run stuffing guy. Both of their edge guys are in probably the 230s, 240s. God, they have a linebacker that's like Victor Wembanyama, Gentry. He's like 6'7". He weighs like 7 pounds. They just aren't like a big, rugged defense. So I do think if you're USC, it behooves you to simplify things, and that's what they've talked about doing. Sean Nua said that they may go into this thing with one call. Just, and so like I said, you're going to have to simplify it because what you're doing is just leaving gaping holes. But when you do simplify and you try to play heads up, that was my whole thing, is just try to force Oregon to go in chunks down the field as opposed to big plays. But Oregon is very capable of going down the field in chunks. So I just don't think that people have a lot of faith in no matter what they do to stop Oregon, because they haven't stopped anyone all year. And I don't think that playing with a chip on your shoulder or simplifying things, I just don't think they have the personnel right now. And honestly, the grit and the toughness to play with Oregon. So they can score with anybody. And to be fair, their games, even the ones they've lost, they're close games. They're not getting blown out. So, I expect this to be a game. I don't think it's going to be Utah. I don't think Oregon's going to come out and beat them 55 to nothing. This could be a shootout. I when I look at this, I just don't see where USC's defense is good enough to allow them to win this game. Maybe if it was SC, it would worry me a little bit more, but
Here's today's poll question. Which of these quarterbacks do you think will have the best career in the NFL? Michael Penix, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, or Jaden Daniels? Vote on our poll question at 1080 The Fan on X and vote hard.
Yeah. Well, the interesting one is Bo. And most of the mocks I've seen, Bo is 2 or 3 off the board. It's not Penix and it's not.
I only looked at one mock.
Yeah.
Only because I wanted to see who were the top 4 quarterbacks off the board.
Yeah.
Drake May. So the one I looked at, and there's a million of them. So
There's a ton.
Caleb Williams goes 1. Drake May goes 2.
Mm-hmm.
Nix went 6, I think, to the Giants, or maybe it was 4 to the Giants.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Almost everyone I've seen, and I've looked at a bunch, I've never seen him lower than probably 8.
I think McCarthy went 10 to the Patriots. Daniels went to the Raiders and like 15 or something.
Mhm.
And then Penix, they had at 20
Yeah, Penix
going to the Vikings.
Penix has taken some slides. I think people are concerned about the injury. And then I
The
think
injury. What do you mean? The one from this year?
No,
Or
not just he's
generally?
last year was the first time he had ever finished a season. He had season-ending injuries
Yeah,
his
he's been
first
healthy
3
this
years.
year. He's been tough.
Yeah, but I think people get scared about that, and I think he more than anyone else, and I think it's an unfair thing because I think he's got a better arm than anyone, and not named Caleb Williams. I think people are worried that he's a system guy. I think there's.
What does that mean? I feel like he's the one of all of them that can make all the throws.
He can.
Which would mean he's not a system guy?
I think the idea is that he plays in DeBoer's system, that it's very passer friendly, and his receivers, that it's kind of one of those where it's the same thing like when all those air raid quarterbacks were coming out. I've seen people that are just going to say that he is merely a system guy.
Yeah, do you buy that?
I don't buy it at all.
I don't agree with that.
I really like Michael Penix.
He's good.
If Penix didn't have and he's got the size, like I said, the arm, the only thing that would scare me is the injuries. If Penix had never been hurt, to me, Michael Penix is in conversation for the second quarterback in this. But I think that's what's dropping people down, and then I think people are trying to nitpick him. But I don't think there's another player, including Caleb Williams, that throws a better deep ball than Penix. He can throw from one hash to the other. He's got touch on it. And the fact that he doesn't have to play under duress or that he has big-time receivers to throw to, then we can say that about a lot of, we can say that about, C.J. Stroud, the same knock that was on C.J. Stroud last year coming out of Ohio State, and he's been just fine.
Yeah, that's a pretty good comp, actually.
I think it's actually a really good one when I look at the two of them.
Because Stroud can wing it a little better than Bryce Young.
Yep. And both are athletic,
smaller.
but choose not to run. They are definitely pocket guys, but they have good pocket presence. They move around. And the big knock on them was that they played in a system where just get the ball to your receivers. And I think they ask more of Penix than they did C.J. Stroud at Ohio State.
Is Caleb Williams still the number 1 guy?
Yeah. It's going to take a lot for him not to be. But I'll bet you by the time, we love to tear people down. We just love it. And there are things to nitpick about Caleb Williams. We've talked about it. I think his pocket presence is dreadful. I think USC and that O-line and the way he plays and has to play, I think it is absolutely dreadful. And in the NFL, that is going to have to fundamentally change. You watch the play like against UW that everyone's like freaking out about, where he had the little curly cue and turned and threw one off his back foot 35 yards downfield on a rope. I mean, that play is insane. In the NFL, he gets drilled or that ball gets intercepted. Like, you just can't play like that. And while I love the improv that he brings, I don't think anyone has been a good comp with Pat Mahomes since he came out. He reminds me of his ability to extend plays and the arm angles and all of that with Patrick Mahomes. But Patrick Mahomes can also play on time. And that's the only thing that would scare me about Caleb Williams is he going to be that guy that is just a greedy little pig and wants to take everything downfield as opposed to taking what the defense gives you. And he escapes by the hair of his chinny chin so many times in college. He won't escape any of those in the NFL. They will hunt him down. He is not Lamar Jackson. So there are some things that I think people will nitpick, and maybe someone is going to like whether it's Drake May, or maybe they love the dual threat nature of Bo Nix. Someone's going to make that case, but I would be head to the floor shocked if Caleb Williams isn't the number 1 overall pick.
All right, vote on our poll question at 1080 The Fan on X, brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling. Which of these quarterbacks do you think will have the best career in the NFL? Penix, Nix, Williams, or Daniels? Vote. You can text the Vancouver Ford text line at 503-864-6326. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. We'll have Joey on in about 15 minutes. Get an update on the bourbon. But up next, why doesn't the college football playoff rankings take this into account? It seems. That's next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on.
Jay Joseph in our next segment because we can't get enough of him.
No, we can't quit him.
You know what the other thing is? I have news.
Yeah.
And the news is that on Friday, our show is shortened by Ducks basketball.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, again?
I believe so.
All right.
You can double check.
No.
Look at him. He's all fired up. He's like, all right.
Well, I got a long evening. I got USC kickoff is at 7:30 on Saturday night. That
Oh,
means I got to be there at 3, and I'm probably gonna be there till
You going to take the party bus
1 or
down?
2 a.m.
I don't think the party bus is leaving that early. I can't believe they're allowing our company to have a party bus.
I know. 2 p.m. it leaves.
I got to take the Odyssey truck. So no, I
Nice.
We have a truck?
got to stay sober.
I didn't know that.
Is it the Wolf truck?
It's the Wolf truck. That is correct.
Ow!
Still advertising our Facebook for 99.5
Now,
The Wolf.
are we shorting on the back end or the front?
Okay, so a lot going on there. Okay, the party bus is 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. if you want to go
No, I'm
to
all
the
right.
big game.
I'm all right.
Um,
I was on the first party bus, and I don't need
Yeah.
to be on this one.
bad things happened.
Yeah, I was on the infamous Michael Lansing party bus,
Yeah.
and we're good.
So no, we're shortened on the back end, so we have to be off at 5:30.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to negotiate with Joey. I don't know if he's gonna come on early
Well,
on Friday,
we can have him on today,
or
and then
we just talk to him in 7 minutes.
it's possible. Maybe a double dip. We don't know.
Okay, real quick on the college football playoff rankings.
Mhm.
Bartu's always on touting how they're very easy to predict.
Yes.
Their behavior, and that is so true that they are.
Yeah. And they talk out of both sides of their mouth, which is what I think drives people crazy.
Well, a lot of people are just picking apart, particularly this ranking this year.
That's pretty easy to do.
Well, the thing that doesn't make sense is they always tout strength of schedule.
Mhm.
And yet, if you look at strength of schedule, the two teams, one of them being undefeated,
Mhm.
that have the best strength of schedule among the top 6 are 5th and 6th.
Exactly. Makes no sense.
So so Ohio State is 1st
Mhm.
in the rankings.
Yes.
And that's probably because of the Penn State win, right?
Yes. They're claiming that Ohio
Because
State.
Penn State is 10th in the rankings.
Yeah. And this is the part that's going to jam people up. When you go just off resume, fine. Ohio State's there. But if you're going by the eye test, Ohio State is not the number 1 team in the country by a mile.
Well, they're clearly saying resume.
Yes. But then as we get to the back end, it doesn't become resume at all. It becomes eye test. And that's what's driving people nuts.
So Ohio State's strength of schedule is 45th.
Mhm.
Georgia is 2nd in the rankings. Their strength of schedule is 61st.
Mhm.
Michigan is 3rd in the rankings. Their strength of schedule is 82nd.
Yep.
Florida State, a little better. They're 4th. They are 44th in strength of schedule. Washington is 5th. They're 15th.
So
Why are they 15th? Oregon is 6th, and they are 39th in
Well-
strength of schedule.
Well, and if you're going with resume too, so the fact that Washington and Florida State are there clearly lets you know that the eye test does matter to people. So does reputation. And then if we want to get into the 1-loss teams, and this is what Greg McElroy's saying, and he's started a whole firestorm here, even though I think what McElroy's saying is really you can't really debate it. If we're going to sit there and we're going to compare 1-loss teams, because who's behind Oregon?
So you have Texas
Yes.
and Alabama. And by the way, they're both top 10 in strength of schedule.
And so this is my point. So we've said that resume matters, right? So we've looked at Ohio State and we said, nope, that's a resume thing. Clearly they don't pass the eye test. But then as we get into the 2, 3, 4, 5, then it very much becomes, well, that's certainly not the resume builder there. And then we get to 6 at Oregon. And Oregon's back to the eye test again, because Oregon, you look at it, and I don't think anyone disagrees that Oregon's the best 1-loss team. But again, if we're going off resume, Texas and Alabama have much better resumes than Oregon. Oregon has a win over one team with a winning record. One. Utah's,
that's what McElroy said.
yes, Utah's the only team that has a winning record that they have beaten.
Yeah.
The next best win record-wise is Colorado.
So, and yet they're ahead of Texas and Alabama.
Yes. And Texas, if you're going to look, Texas right now is a hurt quarterback, and Texas doesn't look great. But if we're going to say that Oregon's best win is Utah, and you drubbed Utah on the road, guess who Texas beat on the road? Alabama. Texas also have wins, I believe, over 4 or 5 other top 25 teams. And Alabama has better wins.
Well, Bama has wins over Ole Miss, Tennessee, and LSU.
Yeah.
All ranked. They also won at Texas A&M.
So, and that's the shines come off that. So look, I'm not trying to sit here. Look, if you gave me a neutral field right now and you told me Oregon had to play Alabama or Texas, certainly with Texas with a backup quarterback, I'll take Oregon. But what drives people nuts is you sit there and you tell us that it is merit-based and that it's resume-based and it's strength of schedule and all this crap. And that goes right out the window. It's all very convenient with how they put people. And so just say,
it's weird.
So just say that Oregon looks better, plain and simple. And then you got like John Wilner down there actually has Oregon ahead of UW, which is the most ridiculous thing known to man.
Wow.
Well, and Josh Pate has had Oregon since the beginning of the season as one of the college football playoff teams. I mean, so there's been a couple of softer voices that have said, no, Oregon's up there, and they're going to be up there.
Yeah, well, I mean, none of it really matters.
Because they all have to play each other.
They're all going to play, and it will work itself out, or at least hopefully. But yeah, it doesn't. They're weird. It doesn't add up.
No, it drives me crazy, but at the same time, it drives me crazy when people sit there and yell and scream and get all worked up. And we do this every year with 3 or 4 weeks to go. We sit here and we bitch and moan. But remember that Michigan and Ohio State still have to play each other. Alabama and Georgia will probably still have to play each other. There's a very good chance that Oregon and Washington still have to play each other. And the only way really that doesn't happen, Washington is not going to lose twice. Washington can still lose once and they'll be fine.
Yeah, if they beat Utah, they pretty much wrap up a spot in the title game, don't they?
Yes, because at that point they can still lose a game and they'd be fine. So yeah, as long as they beat Utah or they beat Oregon State, look, they just need to win 2 of their next 3. And they're in.
Yeah, okay. So they could lose. That's not true. So even if they beat Utah, they could still lose to Oregon State and Washington State and not make it. So they cannot wrap up a spot in the.
But then it would have to go into some tiebreakers, and they couldn't completely wrap it up because then there would be
Arizona sneak into that game.
I mean, USC technically, if USC wins out, it gets
they're
interesting.
only 2 losses.
If Utah wins out, but Washington,
there are 2 losses in the league.
Yeah, Washington is going to be in the Pac-12 title game.
They should be.
So the only way this doesn't get a rematch between Oregon and Washington is if Oregon stubs their toe, and if they do, then they didn't deserve a rematch in the first place. So this idea of Oregon, Washington, who cares? Let them play in Vegas, and then it'll solve itself. And by the way, that is a best case scenario if you're a Pac-12 fan, because I think there's a chance if things break your way, you could get them both in. Remember, Kansas State last year went undefeated in the Big 12, lost a very close one to Kansas State in the Big 12 title, and still got in.
Wait, you said Kansas State.
Oh, I'm sorry. TCU.
TCU, yeah.
Sorry. TCU ran the table in the Big 12, undefeated, lost in the Big 12 title game to Kansas State, still made it. Ohio State a couple years ago lost to Penn State in the Big 10, didn't even go to the Big 10 title game and still made it in. So if Washington wins out, no team has ever gone perfect through the Pac-12 season. If they win out and they lose a close game in the Pac-12 title game to Oregon, there is a strong chance, depending on how else this plays out with the other teams, there's a strong chance you could still make a case that Washington belongs in as long as they didn't get thumped. So just everyone deep breath.
No.
And let the games play out and see what happens.
Let's check in with Joey Harrington coming up next. We'll see what we'll see where his worry meter is on the USC game this weekend as well. It is 3:30. Here's Schulte.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the top of the new college football playoff rankings looking basically the same as last week's. Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, Florida State, the current 4-team playoff, Washington and Oregon still sitting at 5 and 6. Oregon State leaping up to number 12, Utah at 18. Arizona now at number 21. UCLA and USC falling out of the rankings. In the NBA, the Portland Trail Blazers back at it tonight, starting a 3-game road trip against the Kings in Sacramento. Scoot Henderson, Robert Williams, and Anthony Simons all out as the Blazers 8.5-point underdogs tip-off set for 7 p.m. That one's on Root Sports. In the NFL, the practice window opening up for Vikings wideout Justin Jefferson. It means the team's going to have 3 weeks to activate him as he returns from the IR and that hamstring injury. And big news out of baseball, the Los Angeles Angels hiring Braves third base coach Ron Washington as their new skipper. He led the Rangers to back-to-back World Series in 2010 and 2011. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Watch and wager on pro and college football from across the country at Spirit Mountain Casino. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
One number does it all for contests and texting your favorite fan
the Bourbon Barrel Benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, former Duck and Lion and Dolphin and Falcon quarterback
And current dead knee holder.
Joey Harrington.
Dead knee holder?
Yeah, don't you have some dead guy's cartilage in your knee?
I thought you were like dead leg, like dead knee. I was like, is that like some new style of holding? Because I was a holder.
Oh,
I remember,
really?
remember Josh Frankel?
No,
Kicker?
I don't remember Josh
Not
Frankel.
at all.
No, I don't have my Frankel
Come
jersey.
on, jeez. Anyway, he was a kicker my junior year there at Oregon, and he's up in Portland. Helps out with the foundation, and whenever we're together, he introduces me as his holder. So, that's where I thought you were going with that.
No.
Is holding hard?
Yeah, and were you a good holder?
Was I a good holder? Does 100 pounds of dough make a big old cookie? Yeah.
Yes.
What
I
makes
was-
a good
yeah.
holder? I don't know.
Yeah. What?
Absolute perfection in placement of ball and laces under any circumstance and any weather condition or any otherness.
Okay.
Why is it always a backup quarterback? Why isn't it like a great receiver with like really good hands? Wouldn't that make a better holder?
You know, it's funny. So, well, obviously, I wasn't the backup quarterback. I was playing most of the time. But my theory on this, it's twofold. One, it's the backup quarterback because they've got a little bit more time on their hands. But two, quarterbacks play catch more than anybody.
No,
They literally just
I guess that's
that
true.
is true.
It just fire balls at each other all day, all practice. And yeah, wide receivers do that too. But they got like the fancy gloves and stuff, and like it's the quarterbacks that just get in there with the kickers and just make it happen.
So
But when you get to the NFL, it's never the quarterback; it's the punter.
Yeah, it's always the punter.
because they don't have as much to do during practice either, so they just hit wedges behind the utility shed.
That
So
damn Tom Tupa. I hate him so
You
much.
you never Tony Romo to snap.
I never Tony Romo to snap, but I did celebrate with the kicker prior to Josh Frankel, and then he tore his ACL during that celebration.
Ooh, ouch.
Grammatica style.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's not your fault. though.
Well, I mean, I was bigger than him, and we kind of jumped up together, and then I quickly came down. Like, it's
The
one of
Grammatica.
It's kind of. But Grammatica did it on his own. Like we were, like he was kind of back. Nate was kind of backing up, and we jumped. He hit I think it sent us to overtime, and we're going straight. Like, man, we're going right down the tube of story time here on horrible memories.
Sorry.
But,
Sorry.
so
No, wait.
On that note,
You had knee surgery. For those who don't know, Joey comes on our show every Friday at 5:30. It's a must listen. But if you miss it, and you listen more this time of day, Joey had knee surgery, and I think his knee right now is in a continuous motion machine. Am I right about that?
oh, I'm sitting next to the continuous motion machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. But the big news is, and this is the reason we wanted to catch up today, is you announced last week on our show the Bourbon Barrel Benefit. It's year 2 where he's giving away all this Pappy Van Winkle, all his Weller, like this great bourbon. And we wanted to find out where you're at.
Well, we are. We're trucking. We're moving along. We're running through Sunday. We had an incredible first weekend. We jump out of the gates. I think we brought in like 15,000 in the first weekend. We're sitting right around 22 right now. I'd love to be able to get to that 25 by the end of the day. Okay. And of course, everybody like puts it off and like, oh, I'll wait until the very end, and they come in and buy some tickets. That's what happened last year, at least. But it's. Look, fundraising sucks. I'm gonna be honest. I love the nonprofit world. Like to be able to sit there and like to have a direct impact on students and say, hey, I get to know them and know, what makes them tick, and then connect them with people to help, further their opportunities is absolutely incredible. The stuff that allows me to make that happen, the fundraising piece, it sucks. Like, hey, how about giving me some of your money? So I appreciate you having me on. And that's why we kind of do it with like these fun things. Like, hey, you can't find a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle 20-year on the shelf. And literally, I mean, if you did, well, it would be gone in an instant. But the other thing that we're giving away is Buffalo Trace donated a barrel of Weller Foolproof that I got to go out and select. And so this is a single barrel of Weller Foolproof that, well, because it's my barrel, doesn't exist on the shelf either. So these are like uniform bottles that you can't get anywhere.
Yeah, you can't get them anywhere.
Nope.
I mean, anywhere.
No.
Because Pappy is a thing, but, from what I understand, and I'm not one of these guys that will chase down these rare bottles, but I think if a liquor store gets it in, they'll hold it back, right? For their own.
They have to sell it. They have to sell it at the price, but most of the people hold them back.
They hold them back for their.
Well, no, so the state they're allocated so few bottles of Pappy that as soon as it comes into the state, it actually goes into a raffle for the right to purchase.
Oh.
So they don't distribute it to the liquor stores. However, they do distribute the Weller Foolproof. That is the stuff that, if it comes into the liquor store, it either goes to the bars or, your friend of the liquor store owner saves it for his friends that are good customers.
I got you. So, or they just steal
even
it.
In that case, that was last year. That was a better story. But even in this case, or even in that case where you get like a Weller Foolproof, that's like a blend of like, however many barrels they put together. This is literally I went out with, a world-renowned whiskey critic and a whiskey writer, and the two of us picked out this barrel. And he just did a side-by-side with our barrel pick. And this year's, again, if you know about the Bourbon Hounds, this year's William LaRue antique collection release. And he's like, they're clones. They're like identical. The William LaRue is, again, like another $2,500 bottle you'll find. So again, this is unicorn stuff that we're just giving away.
Giving it away.
If you
for the kids.
Tickets.
Yeah,
for the kids.
All right, so let me tell everybody. So people are probably salivating right now. Here's what we've got. We put up a link on our Twitter at 1080 The Fan. You can also go to Joey's Twitter if you're on Twitter or X.
And I'm tweeting mine out as well. So we'll
Sook's Twitter.
Yep.
So you can just click that link and you can buy your raffle tickets right there through that. They're $100 each. You can buy as many as you want. One winner wins all 5 bottles, the 4 Weller and the Pappy, and they're only selling, I think, what'd you say, 1,500, I think, total tickets. So your odds are good.
I mean, that's an incredible. I mean, that would be an absolutely mind-shattering number for us to sell. We sold 650 last year, right?
Okay.
We have to, based on Department of Justice. Remember, I've told you this. We now have a gaming license, and we have to set the odds, right? So we're going to sell no more than 1,500. Last year we sold 650. So hey, can't hurt, right?
Go to X or Twitter. You can link to it there if you're on there. Now, if you're not on that social media platform, you can go to harringtonfamilyfoundation.org, and right at the top of Joey's foundation page, you will see a green banner that says Bourbon Barrel Benefit. You can click through there and then just buy them securely online. I bought a couple the other night. It takes, literally 15 seconds.
I've got mine pulled up right here, and I'm clicking on purchase as we speak.
So, and then all the money goes to his leadership. What is it? The Leadership Scholarship Program? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, I still have. I like to call it the Community Quarterback Scholarship. Right? Be a quarterback of your community, but people thought you had to be an athlete to apply. Anyway, it's a community leadership based scholarship program. We find students from all around the state and give them 4-year college scholarships. Has nothing to do with grades, test scores. It's community leadership and financial need. What have you done to help improve your community? And then we help open doors and connect them with mentors, help with job opportunities. These are students that have put in a lot of work and sometimes just need a door to be open for them. So pretty amazing students.
Well, all the money goes to a great cause, and Christmas coming up could be a good gift for the bourbon lover in your family.
Yeah, it's gonna be a gift to myself if I win.
Me too.
Just FYI.
Yeah, no gifts here.
No, I mean that's.
It's going to be a gift from my belly. Hey, I got a question.
Yeah.
How come you guys didn't tell me that you're on TV now?
Well, we're humble.
Yeah, I mean, look,
That's why.
we're not bragging about being a holder or anything here. We like to, like to keep it classy here, Joey.
Are you watching us?
I mean, well, no. You told me that. Like, hey, we do a thing on CW, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the first hour of our radio show.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, how come I don't ever get invited to be part of that? Like, that's
Well, you're on
you
right
are now. I don't know what they're doing for a graphic if they just have like your floating head. I don't know how that works. Unless there's a camera.
Pretty selfish for you to hog on the TV, I mean, geez.
Oh, come on. Your pretty face. Here, I'm going to turn it on here. Your pretty face is on Talking Ducks, right?
Yeah,
Still?
He's talking ducks.
Wait, where's that?
We still do some duck talking. Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Now I'm not invited on there. How about that?
Well, you're not invited there. You're not invited to the green couch.
No.
You're not invited a lot of places.
I'm rethinking I'm thinking my raffle purchase right now. I want an invitation.
Can I unbuy those raffle tickets?
I want an invitation to the couch and Talking Ducks.
We're not on there. We were on the other day.
You know what? Maybe we should all drink some of this Weller on the green couch.
Yes.
I love it.
Now we're talking.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
I'll be there at 7:30 tonight.
I think that needs to be the next TV. We need to do CW live from the green couch, drinking the Harrington Family Foundation Single Barrel Select Weller Full Proof.
That is not a bad idea, sir.
Count me in.
I think by the end of the first hour, we might have to go to commercial break.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. It's a good update. Let's keep those. Let's keep the money
make a push. Come on.
flowing in there.
Yeah, but if we can hit 25 grand by tonight, that would be a great step for us. We're halfway through. Really making a push to the. We're going to finish up this
Sunday, right?
Sunday evening. So yeah, if we can get to 25 grand halfway through, that'd be fantastic.
Okay. Let's go. Links on Twitter or HarringtonFamilyFoundation.org. Easy to buy right there online. I would ask you about USC, but we'll talk to you Friday, right? So we'll cover it then.
That's kind of what we do. Yeah.
Yep. All right, we'll talk to you then. Thanks, Joey.
See you guys.
All right. Now, last year, the winner only won the Pappy.
Yes.
And then they had 4 additional winners win the Weller.
This year, you get the whole kit and
you
caboodle.
get all 5 of them.
You get all. And
one winner.
And like you said, last year, I mean, we're hoping to sell more, but 700.
650?
Yeah, 650. I mean, you got pretty good odds. In fact, I know the guy that won.
Yeah,
I mean,
he doesn't even like bourbon.
He doesn't even like booze.
I'm a bourbon fiend. I got to go buy a raffle ticket.
So let's go. $100, and it goes to a great cause, and you can deduct it and say you bought a lot more on your taxes. Let's
they
make it
raised
happen.
65 G's last year.
Yeah.
And they're looking to raise, they could raise up to 150 G's.
Yeah.
If every ticket sold. That's ambitious, but who knows? Maybe they hit 75, 80,
Yeah.
100 grand.
Like I said, I'm clicking purchase as we speak.
All for the kids. All right. Hey, we had something happen in the NFL over the weekend that hadn't happened since 2004, and it was awesome. Next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
The guy that had a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle and he mixed it with Sunny D.
What?
Most people knew it was a joke. Still kind of funny. I have not seen that, and I'm sure it was just fake. He was just
Well,
messing with people.
I could see like Jake Paul doing that. Like if you've got a bunch of money, I could,
man, you can't be doing that.
I could see someone.
There is a dude that's on TikTok and all the social medias that goes around to bars and buys the most expensive bottle of booze that they have, and it's thousands sometimes. And then he'll have a mix of margarita with it. Or you're supposed to drink it straight, but he'll just throw it in like a Negroni or a margarita or something.
And he does
stupid.
this on like for bits.
For TikToks, yes. And people, I mean, I admittedly, I'm sucked in like, what are you doing? But yeah, I'm going to rewatch this.
I love the idea that it's the Dumb and Dumber thing, like if you if you were just some uneducated boob and then you win $1 billion, I love the idea of that. Just going and buying the most expensive bottle of booze and then treating it like it's, Rebel Yell. There's I find the irony in that delightful.
When I was a bartender in Kansas City at Harry's, we had a bottle of Louis, which at the time, Louis was like...
Yeah, it's like one of the most expensive things.
Yeah, and I don't even remember what we sold a shot for. Nobody ever bought it.
No.
But we had it sitting, and we thought it was cool because we didn't have it in a case. We just had it sitting at the bar.
Yeah.
Right, because a lot of people put it up high in a case and protect it. We were like, oh, no, we're so fancy. It's just sitting right there with the rest of the booze.
Yeah.
Well, people used to throw their tips at the tip jar.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Somebody threw a coin
Bing.
and it hit it and shattered it all over the bar. So I had...
What did they do?
Well, actually,
Did
you know
have
what? That's a good question. I don't know what ended up happening. I should ask my buddy what ended up happening with that. If that person had to pay for... I would imagine the bar just ate it. But
Really?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
It's like $4 or $5 grand, right?
Yeah, that's a lot. And so all of our tips were covered in Louis that night, which I thought was great. Yeah,
Boy,
I was sniffing that.
Just the idea of seeing like your face where like the coin tosses and you
oh no. The one bottle that broke was that. And it's weird that just a coin hit it.
Yeah.
Hit it just right and it shattered.
Just shattered. I wouldn't think that would do it.
People making it hail on us.
The only thing I've seen like that at all was we were at a function when I was with the Broncos, and someone was a little drunk and they tipped over like a table and it had a couple bottles of Johnny Blue on there.
Ooh.
And people were pretty pissed.
Yeah,
the guy was kind of being
whiskey.
The guy was being a jackass, and
Have you had Johnny Blue? You like Johnny Blue?
I had the Johnny Blue. I think the only time I've had it was probably then when I was with the Broncos, but that was 24 years ago. And honestly, I don't think that 22 or 23-year-old me could probably appreciate Johnny Blue.
Yeah, Louis $4,000.
Funny fact about Johnny Blue, former Mariners pitcher Felix Hernandez allegedly had a case of Johnny Blue waiting for him in every locker room on the road.
A case?
Oh, nice.
Like 6 bottles ready to go for his 3-game series.
How much?
Jeez.
Good Lord.
Well, there was
like Souk every show.
It's an animal.
There were struggles reportedly with him in the end of his career. Like, I mean, I read reports online that they were having to breathalyze him before starts. Like, these are all just alleged,
This is King Felix? The King
Yes,
Felix
the
that I
king.
know and love?
The king. Yeah.
Apparently he likes him some blue. How about you, like, the high end? I'm sure if you're a super connoisseur that you can tell that, like, I can tell the difference between cheap wine and good wine. And I can tell the difference between good bourbon, and crap.
Well, your favorite, especially.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like the most expensive wine that I own is probably like, I like Caymus. That's probably the nicest stuff that I drink, and I certainly don't drink that on a day-to-day basis. And then for like booze, like I always have a bottle of Lagavulin 16 in my house. That's kind of my go-to scotch. But again, not drinking it every night. I can tell the difference between that and a $10 bottle. I'm not certain that if you gave me $1,000 bottle of booze or $1,000 bottle of wine, I'm not certain that I could tell you the difference. I don't know, other than someone saying, someone brought to a party I was at once a bottle of it's like Kentucky Owl or why, I don't know, some sort of owl. I never heard of it, but apparently it was some sort of super high-end booze, and we were supposed to like take like baby sips of it because apparently it was made of gold or whatever. Meanwhile, I'm pouring 5 fingers of it over there. So this is pretty good. And then it turned into a whole thing. I didn't know. You bring a bottle of booze to a party, like, you know, I'm assuming, hey man, let's pour some out. And then it turns out it's like some super high-end thing. I had no idea. Just tasted like good whiskey.
Yeah, well, have you ever done like a blind taste test with varying degrees of price points?
No.
Yeah,
no.
do it.
Yeah.
And what you'll find, and you'll have people that know what they're, you know, I mean, they're capable of understanding what they're drinking.
Sure.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And the
You're
most
very nice, Isaac. You're very nice.
yeah, the most expensive will never win. It almost never wins.
See, isn't it the fact then that it's expensive because someone tells you that it's expensive?
Well,
right?
not. I mean, like Louis expensive because it's like heritage. It's
Yeah,
old.
yeah.
It's and as it ages, it's like a passed down recipe or something, and every generation it gets better. I don't know. There's something the whole thing about Louis, but so sometimes it's just they tell you, and other times it's it probably should be that expensive based on how they made it or how little of it there is and how good it versus how good it is. I don't know, man. But I'm just telling you, I've been a part of one with really nice wine, and I've been a part of one with really nice bourbon in it, but also lesser expensive things.
Yeah.
And the most expensive stuff didn't win either of them.
But also Old Crow would never win either.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Like the one that won, we had a really good bourbon one, and the bottle that ended up winning was like $69 per bottle.
Yeah.
And that was on the low end of some of the stuff that was being tasted, but
Yeah.
that's what everybody liked.
Yeah. See,
So,
sometimes, football's football, and you like what you like, right?
Yes, that's right. I like the music that I like.
I like the music I like. You kind of like whatever it is you like.
Yeah. And that's the thing,
Football's
too.
football.
If you like, if you like Maker's Mark or you like Tully's, you like Jameson, and that's your favorite, be grateful that you don't have super high-end taste.
Well, it's also delicious.
Yes.
Like you're doing just fine
Exactly.
drinking that luxury.
And you're not having to spend $300, $400, $500 on a bottle.
Hot take: the crappy the crappy makers taste better than like the 200 bottle makers. That's
The what now?
the aged makers. I don't like that as much as just the
Oh, don't you?
$30 standard
Hey,
bottle.
I tell you what, I love Maker's Mark.
Yeah.
I think Maker's Mark is delicious.
Yeah. Well, if I'm drinking bourbon most of the time, like I drink a lot of Buffalo Trace.
Yeah, that's
and then,
good too.
And then Irish whiskey is kind of my go-to, and I do midpoint. Like you can get into some like Redbreast, but I mostly just go back and forth between Jameson and Tully's, and I'm perfectly happy.
All right, well, we got to nothing we wanted to.
No, we were talking about
So,
booze.
Screw off. Hour 2 next on The Fan.
I'm Erin Hawksworth, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Duke travels down to Tobacco Road to face North Carolina, but on the football field. The Blue Devils are 14-point dogs against Drake May and the rival Tar Heels, and the BetQL model sees value on the underdog. BetQL has Duke plus 14 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Erin Hawksworth. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Football season is back, and that means Ducks game day traffic. It's never fun. Hey, it's Isaac Ropp, and I have a little life hack for you. Stop at Langdon Farms in Wilsonville. It's the single best pit stop along I-5 because you can not only bust out the sticks, hit the range, or play around at golf while everyone else is creeping down the interstate, but if you need a good meal before jumping back on the road, Langdon's Grill is perfect. Full bar and an excellent game day menu with all the featured college football games on the big screens. Plan your game days right by mixing in Langdon Farms, just off I-5 in Wilsonville.
ABC Tonight.
It's country music's biggest night.
The CMA Awards, live. With performances by Kelsey Ballerini, Luke Combs, Lainey Wilson, Jelly Roll, Party with Morgan Wallen and Post Malone, and more. Plus, a Jimmy Buffett tribute with Kenny Chesney, Mac McAnally, Zach Brown Band, and Alan Jackson.
The best in
Luke Bryan and Peyton Manning host
The CMA Awards live.
It all starts tonight at 8 on K2.
Military veterans, PFAS exposure.
We're calling PFAS the new Agent Orange.
Spotlight on America.
Please stay belong. It's Wednesday, big Wednesday show. You know, we love our Wednesdays here.
Love them. Love
It's Division I football.
It's the Big 12. Actually, it's not. It's the Pac-12. Soon to be the Big 10. Next year is going to be so damn weird talking about Big 10 football.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Yeah, but it's going to be.
I think it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be strange. And then the poor Beavs, like, well, I mean, look, we talk obviously more Ducks than we do Beavs, but we do cover the Beavs. But, like, I don't even know what, like, we're just like, we're talking Beaver football. Playing, I don't know. It's going to be very strange. Are we going to the Big 10 media?
I don't think there's going to be much Beaver Boise State talk.
Yeah, it sucks.
Hopefully they play a big non-con game or two.
I hope so. And that'll be weird, like Arizona, Utah, and all that. Like you won't see them anymore. It's we'll be talking about the hot new Iowa offensive coordinator.
Yeah, that's true. We're gonna get some Iowa action next year.
Yes, by the way, I need someone. I don't know who it would be. Maybe Liberty. I need someone with some courage. Who do you think is the most courageous collegiate program out there?
Oh, probably Kansas.
Then I need Kansas to have the balls to hire 2 people.
What? Who?
I need 2 people hired
Don't play intramurals, brother.
on the same staff. And if I was a billionaire, I would make this happen just because I want to see what it's all about. Defensive coordinator, Alex Cringe. Okay. Offensive coordinator, Brian Ferentz. Have the balls to do it.
That's mind-blowing.
Have the balls to do it and see what happens.
Wow. Could you win a game?
If I was like...
Who's my special teams coach?
I don't know who's the worst special teams coach in the country. You know what? We're not going to practice.
That'd be the best unit.
We're not going to practice special teams. We're going for it. All 4 downs.
Wow. Brian Ferentz on offense, Alex Grinch on defense.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. And Charlie Weiss is the head coach. Make it happen. Like if I was T. Boone Pickens and I had $1 billion, I would go to my school and be like, look, this is what we're doing. You want my check? You want that new stadium renovation? This is what for 1 year. Tell me that you wouldn't watch every one of those games.
I wouldn't. I can tell you that, but I would certainly be following. There's no question.
And then embark on the most ambitious non-conference schedule this country has ever seen.
Does Oregon play Iowa next year? They do, don't they?
I think they do.
Are they down there or over there?
Let me take a look and see what we got.
Yeah.
But I do believe Iowa's on the schedule.
With their new offensive coordinator that they're going to hire?
Yeah. But
Who do you think they're going to get? Wait, why are we talking about that? Who cares?
Well, I was just talking about how that would be the greatest combination. And they're both out there right now.
No, but you're right. We cover the Big Ten now. We have to talk about the Iowa offensive coordinator hire. My God. What has happened to us? They don't play?
No, it looks like it. They got
really?
Well, things can change.
I want to play Iowa.
For non-conference, but the conference doesn't. So right now they got Hawaii, Idaho, Texas Tech, Boise, UCLA, Michigan State, Ohio State, Purdue, Illinois, Michigan, Maryland, Wisconsin, and then they finish up with Washington.
When did the Ducks get the coveted trip to Iowa?
I'll take a look and see 2025. See if that maybe it was Washington that played them.
Washington.
I think Washington plays them because we were going over the schedules and one of the teams played Iowa.
Do you think our staff should include Connor Stallions?
Yes.
And then maybe
100. Well, Connor Stallions, you wanted someone to run special teams and
there's
scouting?
Our special teams coach.
Connor Stallions.
Then all of a sudden they're good.
And by the way, 2025 they do get Iowa. Yeah.
Okay, so just
1 year. We got to wait 1 year. 2025 and that's at Iowa. So that gives them time to kind of settle in and, get the new coordinator.
Man,
see what's up.
Blew my mind with that. Brian Ferentz on offense, Alex Grinch on defense.
Damn right. Maybe Dan Hawkins is our head coach. He's not
Somebody
doing anything
mentioned
right
Ty
now.
Willingham.
Oh, there you go.
That'd be good.
Ty's out there. Because no one's ever gone. Washington, if they finish this off, no one's ever gone undefeated in a Pac-12 season, and only one team has gone the reverse undefeated, and that was Tyrone Willingham.
Yeah. All right. Well, now we've run through another segment.
Ah, damn it.
All I wanted to do was mention that somebody other than a kicker kicked a field goal in an NFL game, and it was great. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, some running back for the Texans.
Really?
Yeah, well, their kicker got hurt in that game,
I didn't
and so
see
they
that.
had to keep going for 2. But then they had a running back. I don't even know who it was. Kicked a field goal, and he made it.
I didn't see that.
First non-kicker to make a field goal in an NFL game since Wes Welker in 2004.
Well, didn't Chad Ochocinco attempt one, or was that preseason?
I don't know. I don't remember that.
Because we've had some guys, I've seen like some guys kick off when guys get hurt. And that, by the way, I mean, if that was last week, then that was a big play because that game ended up being like a 2-point game.
Yeah, he kicked the go-ahead field goal.
Well, I'll be damned.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you would think that somewhere on the bench, at some point someone kicked. There's always a backup, but it's usually the punter.
Yeah, like baseball teams have an emergency catcher. There's somebody on that 53 man the coach knows can.
It's almost always the punter. Because
but even after that, I feel like there's a linebacker.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, that's when anyone kick at any point in your life. Did someone play soccer? Because the backup's always the punter. And then after that, then you usually just go for two, unless, I guess how long was the field goal?
29 yards.
Okay.
It was, the guy's name is Dari Ogunbowale.
All right.
I don't know. I've never heard of him. But he kicked it. And then when they scored, so that was the go-ahead field goal at the time. They scored the go-ahead touchdown. Because remember, Baker Mayfield drove him down. And Tampa, they were playing Tampa. Tampa took the lead. And then Stroud came back, and Houston took the lead. But then it was like, okay, do we have this guy kick the extra point? But remember, that's longer than 29 yards, right? Isn't that like 35 yards?
It's either 30 or 35.
Yeah, so they said nay, and they knelt on the 2-point conversion so as not to turn it over.
Really?
Yeah, because they won. They essentially won the game. They had like
sense.
40 seconds or something.
Yeah, because they were up. They won by 2.
Yeah. Yeah,
No,
they won 39-37, and they decided not to have him kick the extra point to go up 40-37 because they didn't want something bad to happen, and then the ball to go the other way.
Yeah, because it does happen from time to time. It just happened. Who got the 2-point conversion? It was just last week. Someone got a 2-pointer on that. They took the points off the board on the 2-point conversion, moved it up to the 1-yard line, and then it was a bad snap fumble, and they ran it all the way back for a 2-point conversion. Who was that? Yeah, that was Colorado. The Buffaloes. That happened in the Colorado game. Yeah, they were the Colorado-Oregon State.
Beavs?
Yeah, the Beavs kicked the extra point, and there was a penalty, and Smith took the points off, moved it up to the 1-yard line, and ended up botching that thing, and Colorado ran it back. So, I mean, you can get some funky stuff that happens.
All right, well, I just wanted to mention that. That was cool. Up next.
I can't believe I didn't see that. I didn't even hear anything about that.
Yeah. Well, it was a big weekend. There was a lot of other stuff that went down.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a headline grabber.
I didn't watch any of that game, but you saw I saw the highlights, and people were raving because of Stroud's big day.
Yeah, that exactly. See, it wasn't.
Yeah, it kind of got buried.
All right, up next, how are Thursday Night Football TV ratings doing on Amazon? We'll tell you next on The Fan.
The Ducks pass a
Yeah, we can bring in Gary Anderson.
Let's make the staff. Okay. So you've already put Alex Grinch as defensive coordinator.
Yes.
Brian Ferentz as offensive coordinator.
I think Ty Willingham is making a strong case to be
Is
head
that
coach.
our head coach? I think we need to rethink.
He went 0-12.
Go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
Yeah, but he's not around. Well, I guess he is around.
What's he doing?
I think we need to take the head coach very seriously. We need to make sure we get the right guy.
Yeah, some people are saying Cristobal, but he recruits. I don't know. No. We need.
He's not bad enough.
No.
So Connor Stallions will be special teams.
Absolutely.
And advanced scouting.
100%. I think Gary Anderson runs our defensive line.
The Gare Bear,
and possibly ethics as well.
Oh my God.
Can Art Browse be like chief of staff?
Would Willie Taggart be the right head coach?
That's pretty good. I like where that's going. I like where you're going
Do
with
it.
that. Yeah.
I think he just found it. That's like that bells just started ringing.
Yeah,
when you said that.
I'll tell you what, that makes me tingle a little bit. I mean, the Ty Willingham's low-hanging fruit because he went 0-12, but
we excited for the Vegas Bowl, baby.
Yeah, you got me a little something with Willie Taggart there. I like it. Do something if you want to. No, Willie, I don't think that we're gonna.
Well, who else is shamed and terrible?
Yeah, we got to pour over. We got like the Bobby Petrinos of the world, but again, he's too good.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, I know. I don't like that.
Go to the NFL. Call Jim Tom Sula. He'll be a great representative.
I would not say that. I wouldn't say it either.
Hey, Jim Tom Sula just got named European Coach of the Year.
Compliance Officer Herm Edwards.
There you go. There you go.
Are you kidding me?
Whoa. Hey, Scott Frost probably belongs somewhere on that roster too.
Good
right?
one.
Yeah.
O-line receivers coach.
Receivers
Scott Frost.
coach. I like it.
Love that. He was just at the Duck game the other day. Did you see that?
Was he?
He was down on the field.
Boy, remember that guy at one point was the can't miss. Like I remember him getting hired in Nebraska, and it was like and to be fair to Scott, there was no one that didn't think that was a great hire. And the idea was like if Scott Frost can't turn that around, no one can. And no.
Apparently, I don't know, the study on him was he just didn't
want to
work hard. He didn't really care.
Well, it's like you see,
get paid a bunch of money, and and you read your own press clippings, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm great.
Well, it's like you saw today that J.C. Jackson, the corner out of that's in New England. You see, they're not even taking him across the pond. I guess he just hasn't been showing up. Like J.C. Jackson comes in this league and makes a name for himself as one of the better corners, and at this point, they won't even bring him. Like he goes to the Chargers. The GM for the San Diego Chargers went in front of the team, or it might have been the owner. I think it was the GM. Went in front of the team and apologized to the team for signing J.C. Jackson.
Wow.
When's the last time a front office person went and was like, "Hey guys, sorry about that one. That's on me." And then he goes back to New England and he just won't show up, and so now they're not taking him on the trip. Like you can actively just decide to not be good. And I think that happens in coaching. I really do. You get paid $50 million guaranteed dollars or $60 million or whatever. And dude, college is hard. You got to recruit and it's a grind. And like you said, you start buying your own clippings and you think that you're great. And before you know it, it's slipping away from you. I think this is happening to Jimbo right now down at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Jimbo's like, well, God, I got myself my $30 million recruiting class and a national championship. I'm Jimbo, Fisher. And it's terrible, and it's slipping away, and the harder you grasp it, the more it slips through your fingers. Like, Jimbo can't be that much of a fraud. He won a national title. Scott Frost is a really smart guy that ran some really good offenses and did a nice job at Central Florida, but somewhere along the way, you lost your edge.
How about this guy?
Teams really don't tackle in the fall anyways. How many days would you venture to guess that you would go live anyways? Coach? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, he's still there.
Hello.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
Sorry. That's, of course, the great Brady Hoke falling asleep on the fan.
Coach?
Oh.
Hello?
Maybe he's our offensive line coach.
I would think so.
He's doing an okay job at San Diego State, right?
I don't think San Diego State's doing much, but he's down there, yeah. I love it.
Not on the headset.
We
got a pretty good team here.
I love that we're assembling this staff.
So right now we've got Willie Taggart leading Alex Grinch and Brian Ferentz with Connor Stallions, Gary Anderson, Brady Hoke,
Herm Edwards,
and Herm Edwards.
Very excited about this. Very, very excited.
Pretty good.
Who was the Baylor AD under Art Briles? Was it Ken Starr?
Well, he wasn't the AD. I think he was like the president.
I'm trying to
The
think.
AD's name was it's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, the AD that was like, what are you talking about here? Like, hey, we didn't do anything wrong. I need him as our athletic director.
Ian McCaw.
There you go. Let's go grab him.
There's
as well.
our AD.
There's our AD. A guy that's willing to look the other way at a lot of things. And I mean a lot of things.
Do you think that Thursday Night Football TV ratings are up or down now that it is exclusively on Amazon Prime?
Oh, from where it was?
Yeah, because it used to be on terrestrial TV.
Well, I know. I mean,
is that the word for it?
Yeah, terrestrial.
Cable.
Cable. I mean, I've heard the numbers are quite good.
Oh, we forgot Scott Frost. Oh, Jimmy Lake is on our staff.
Oh, he's coaching the secondary, 100%.
Yeah, he's beating the kids up. Absolutely. He can't forget the abusive coach.
Antonio Brown, mental health coach. Is that a little much?
Nah, I like where we're going with that.
Wow.
I like it. Well, did you see the
We've
clip?
just added some chaos to our team.
Did you see the clip of the high school coach punching his player in the head that was going around today? That was a good one.
no.
Right as he comes off the field.
Punch him in the head?
Yeah, some defensive lineman made a mistake or whatever, jumped offsides, got a penalty. He's jogging off the field, and the fat head coach, which is exactly what you think he looks like, just turns and throws a right hook, drills him in the head, and then proceeds to turn and continue to yell at him. He has been fired, by the way.
Oh, I thought Bob Knight died.
It's very
Too
simple.
soon?
Didn't quite choke him, but he got in his face.
Yeah.
Well, Bob Knight hit guys too.
Yeah, you're not
Multiple
wrong.
times.
Yeah.
My favorite is Bob Knight.
Nobody ever talks about it because of the chair thing.
Yeah.
He punched guys.
Yes.
Openly on the bench.
Yes.
On TV.
And then strangled Neil Reed and then denied it and then only accepted it when they came out with the video. And even then he was like, well, I mean, to be fair, it was just it wasn't really a choke. It was more of just a light grab. He went on a hunting trip with his son and separated his son's shoulder and broke his son's nose on a hunting trip. Bob Knight got so angry, he beat up his son hunting. His son's lucky he didn't get shot. Of course, then I had to listen to Dick Vitale, who said, he was like, listen to some of Bob Knight's former players. They loved him.
Oh, yeah, Jay Billis. He's complicated, but he's my friend. And God,
I love when, like, if a handful of players come out and be like, well, Bob Knight did a lot for me. And then we're like, see, Bob Knight was a great human being.
Do you have anybody like that in your life that, like, you actually are friends with them or you respect them or think a lot of them and they are vilified or, canceled or have something that's like...
I don't
think I do either.
I would really struggle to be... I would struggle to be friends with someone like that.
But what if it's like a long time, like who's your long time?
It would be really hard.
Mentor or whatever, and you find out that they're just the worst human in the world.
It would be awful.
Yeah,
I don't know what you do in that situation. Like who was the Danny Masterson, right? That 70s show kid. Like him and Ashton Kutcher and his wife Mila Kunis and all, like they were friends for 25 plus years and just swore by the guy.
Yep. And now they have to, and he's going to jail
he's
for
going
rape.
to jail for 30 plus years. And they wrote letters to the judge simply stating, hey, the Danny we know is, and they got murdered for it. And it's such a poor look to write that letter, but I was trying to put myself in that situation. I was like, dude, I have some people in my life. I have a handful of friends that I consider they're closer to me than anyone in my family. I mean, they are family to me. And I don't know what I would do. Like if you found out that one of them was a rapist or a murderer or like a horrible DUI, like a Henry Ruggs sort of situation, where, Henry Ruggs killed some lady, like burned her to death. Like, and that's like your guy or that's your kid. I think that is a really, really tough situation. And I don't know, because then if you turn your back on him, then are you a horrible person for turning your back, or are you a good person for saying I can't associate with a rapist? I don't know.
So what do you think? Thursday Night Football ratings up or down?
I got to believe that they're down a little bit.
You would think, right?
You would think.
Because not everybody has Prime. And,
yeah. Although everyone has Prime or knows someone that has Prime.
The ratings for Thursday Night Football have spiked by 25%.
Seriously?
Compared to last year. They say that NFL viewership overall has seen a 6% increase this season. And that is largely due to how many people are watching on Thursday night on Amazon Prime.
Wow.
Yeah.
What?
They average 12.5 million viewers per game.
And those aren't good games.
Well, tomorrow is Panthers Bears.
Bears.
Dude.
Is it possible, because when you log on to Amazon Video, on Thursday, the very first thing, like, it takes up the whole page. It's just like NFL Watch. Are we getting random people that are like, oh, I'll watch this?
I think what you're getting is you're getting complete exclusivity, right? It's the only place to see it.
Yeah.
That's it. Short of the illegal stream.
But still,
and that doesn't count against the rate.
But that's the same, like, I mean, Monday Night Football is the same way. Sunday Night Football, I mean, those are all exclusive things.
Yeah, Al Michaels, you would think, bring numbers in just himself, but then hot take here, can't stand Kirk Herbstreit calling NFL football. Guy's been doing college for years. It's his sweet spot. It's obvious that he's trying to study up on the NFL, but he's basically getting fed most of that stuff. And for me, like, you just tell as a viewer.
Wait, what? He's getting what? What are you saying?
You're saying that Kirk Herbstreit is not as knowledgeable on the NFL as he is on college football, and it's obvious to me. He is a natural at college. But
he's always done college. I mean, I don't think you can expect him to be like.
Well, we're gonna pay him money and then expect a bunch of ratings.
He does a good job. I think he does a good job.
I do too.
Hot take. So yeah,
that is pretty hot takey, Jordan.
I don't mind Herbie. I will say that to
he's better on college. No
to
question.
your point, when I do listen to Herbstreit, it does sound a bit weird. I'm getting used to it, but it does sound weird because I associate him so much with college football. It is kind of strange. And this is probably pretty judgy of me, but I take like what Troy Aikman says maybe to heart more than Herbie. I think Herbie dances around a little bit more simply because I do think there's something having 3 Super Bowls and having some huevos to, Troy Aikman will rip Zach Wilson apart. And I think Herbstreit does a little more of the college thing where you don't criticize the college kids the way you do the NFL. So I think it's an adjustment, but that doesn't cause announcers never make me tune in or tune out. I've never once tuned into a game and been like, I'm not watching this because of the announcer. And I've never turned off a game because I'm like, I can't stand.
Even a Dickie V called game? Because I turned that off.
If Kansas is playing Duke and I want to watch it and I tune in, I could give 2 rips if my mom's making the call. Like, I'm going to watch it because I want to watch that game.
Would she be good?
Boy, that would be something.
She'd be better than Dick Vitale.
Better than Bill Walton?
Yeah, I don't think you're quite aware of what my little Swedish mother is capable of. That would be something else. 2 things, Vancouver Ford text line. The Taylor Swift bump has to be worth at least 6%. I love bridges. And then this is pretty good. They said, someone asked, do you think that Amazon it's much easier to capture ratings than Nielsen?
I had that thought, yeah.
Yeah.
I do think so, yeah.
Yeah, because
you know exactly the number tuning in.
So is it possible that is it really up, or can we now just measure that these people are watching Amazon? We know that they're watching, as opposed to the Nielsen where that's scattergun approach.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, that is the benefit of streaming services or just direct through like the internet. Absolutely. Like if you and I, like we're doing a show on YouTube right now, we can see exactly how many people are watching, how long, where they're from. That's just not possible in the same way on TV and radio.
Well, and Amazon's saying they got a lot of subscribers because of the NFL.
Yeah,
it's worked well for them too.
The day because the first one was Chiefs. Was it Chiefs Bills?
Yeah.
The very first one of those last year. And they said that it was the largest single. There was a memo that I'm sure got leaked, wink, wink, nod, nod, that it was the largest single day in Amazon history for signups. That you had a whole lot of people that were like, yep, I'm coming on board. And someone asking, would the Pac-12 done okay if they accepted a streaming deal? No, they wouldn't have, because people tune in to the NFL. People don't tune in for the Pac-12.
Yeah, different product.
If you would have taken a streaming only deal on Apple, oh my God, you would have been in the dark ages.
Yeah, it's different when the ESPN apps are, ACC network, Big Ten network available right there on the 4-letter. That's a little different.
It scares me to think about the subscriber numbers for the Pac, because that would have been a subscription-based thing. You would have had to have Apple, whatever, and then it would have been an add-on to go get the Pac-12. Those numbers. Boy, there's a reason why every AD, when they saw that, were like, I think it was it the UW one that said it was or maybe what Arizona called it a garbage deal. Like, you're not dancing around. You're just saying that it's unacceptable and it's a garbage deal.
All right, we got to move on to In the News. We've got a lawsuit filed by the homeless.
Yeah, I saw this. that camping ban that was about to go into effect.
They're fighting back.
Yeah.
With lawyers, apparently.
How do the homeless have lawyers? By the way, my guy left a shoe and a hat behind.
What's the hat say?
It's just like a really gross, like stocking cap. Looks like kind of a knit cap sort of thing. It's one of the generic hiking shoes. Is it high tech?
I don't know.
It's like a hiking shoe / boot. High tech or something. High something or other.
Sounds familiar. Forest Tech, High Tech, I don't know.
Something like that. But yeah, so if anyone's looking for a really, really gross stocking cap or what I appear to be a medium to large hiking boot, those are left behind. I'm not certain if that gentleman is still looking for them, but they're on the sidewalk if he's...
Apparently not too important.
Well, I think he had other fish to fry.
This man. All right, it is 4:35. In the news is next. Here's Schulte with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the top of the new college football playoff rankings basically looking the same as last week's. Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, Florida State. Currently the 14 playoff. Washington and Oregon still at 5 and 6. Oregon State leaping up a few spots to number 12. Utah staying at 18. Arizona entering the top 25. They're now 21st in the country. UCLA and USC falling out of the rankings. In the NBA, the Portland Trailblazers back at it tonight, beginning a 3-game road trip against the Kings in Sacramento. Scoot Henderson, Robert Williams, and Ant Simons all out. The Blazers 8.5-point underdogs. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. In the NFL, the practice window being opened up for Vikings receiver Justin Jefferson means the team has 3 weeks to activate him as he returns from injured reserve in that earlier season hamstring injury. The New York Giants officially announcing they will start undrafted rookie Tommy DeVito at quarterback against the Cowboys, with Matt Barkley serving as his backup. And big news out of baseball, the LA Angels have hired Braves third base coach Ron Washington as their new skipper. He led the Rangers to back-to-back World Series in 2010 and 2011. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Watch and wager on pro and college football from across the country at Spirit Mountain Casino. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
The original home of the Herd with Colin Cowherd. Weekdays 9 to noon, 10 a.m.
November 8, 2023. It is time now for In the News. I'm your noted and lovable newsman. Thank you. Very sexy.
And our super team, that we've assembled, our super coaching staff.
Yeah.
Oh, don't think for 1 second that you're not coaching.
Hail Mary?
Hail Mary.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Hail Mary, coach.
Damn right. You're working side by side with those coaching giants.
Am I the best coach on that staff?
It's possible.
Tell you what, we're going to be on point for Hail Marys.
Yes, that's the one thing we're going to be known for.
Count on it.
Man, that team is terrible, but the Hail Mary defense, it's unbelievable.
I always feel bad for special teams coaches when a team, because nobody knows who the special teams coach is, right?
No.
He will only be shown on camera when
it
they
up.
screw it up.
Yeah.
So they showed the Jets special teams coach when the Chargers guy ran the punt back.
Yeah.
And he just looked exacerbated. But then in my head, I'm like, I feel terrible because they're probably a pretty good special teams, but they just, it was just one bad play.
One bad play.
And then he gets camera time. Like, you're terrible. You just gave up a punt return touchdown.
Only time we pay attention.
It is National Cappuccino Day.
Don't drink them.
If you like a cappuccino.
I do not. It's the
today
whole coffee
would be a
thing.
special day to drink one.
Got a cappuccino machine at home, baby.
Do you?
Yeah, I'd like to start the morning
Now,
with
what
a
is a
shot or two.
cappuccino?
It's just like straight up shot or two with a little bit of milk in it.
So you...
And- yeah.
That's it?
I think
so.
you can-
Coffee with milk in it is a cappuccino?
It's like different versions. You froth it up. It's not like a latte where you pour a bunch in it. Like a latte's got like half a cup of milk and then like a shot or two. This is just like the tiniest bit of milk essentially and coffee.
Okay.
So you start your day with that, and then a couple hours later, you drink your coffee milkshake every day?
Exactly.
Were you a barista? You sound like you know what you're talking about.
I can see that.
I was not a barista. I actually applied to be one in college and totally rejected.
Oh.
So,
I could see
not
Schul-
barista
I
material.
could see Schultze there at Dutch Brothers having that overly happy. Hey,
Dutch Brothers. Now, is that really a barista or is that just like mixing? Don't they do like a bunch of...
They have like they
Other drinks?
can make you real coffee, but yeah, they have all kinds of stuff like with Red Bull and
Yeah.
But I've worked at a party store and at a pretzel shop.
The
so,
kids,
yeah.
my kid's 24
Yeah.
and his girlfriend's 23, 22, 23, whatever. They swear by Dutch Brothers. They just cannot get enough of Dutch Brothers.
If you bought
And
in on
then-
their IPO, then you would swear by them too.
Why?
Because their company
Are they killing
Yeah,
it?
they kill it.
Yes.
And they have the
Yeah.
greatest business model in the world because they don't pay their employees, but everyone wants to work there because everyone else
Yeah,
pays their
it's
employees.
a thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
No kidding.
They,
And
just
then
hire,
I
they
take
hire
his-
young hots. It's like an Abercrombie
Yeah.
and Fitch thing.
And
but
aren't
for
they like
coffee.
super nice there? Like they
Yes.
have to be
Yes.
over the top
Yes.
nice to you, and like there's a whole bit.
Yeah.
Although I will say the Portland downtown locations, they're probably not as nice as like the suburbs. I think there are
Yeah.
much nicer in the suburbs.
I only go to the topless ones myself, but
Topless Dutch Brothers?
I think it's a topless Dutch something. I don't know if it's. I think it's the
Topless Dutch rudder.
I think those are the ones that I frequent.
My wife and I have this business
Wow.
plan for nips and coffee drips. That's we want to
Oh,
start
there you
that
go.
eventually.
There you go.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah.
Nips and coffee drips.
Yeah, nips and drips, baby.
When's that opening?
I don't know, but we've been talking about it for a couple of years now.
All right.
These things
Might
are
throw one
these
down
things
there.
are everywhere. Now that someone pointed those
never
out,
see those.
they're always like pink or like baby blue. They're around
Really?
all over.
I never see them.
Driving down any road, Isaac, you see a little coffee shop, then they'll have like a bikini flag, like a flag that says bikini.
Drive down 82nd,
Really?
and
Yes.
they're all up and down 82nd. And believe it or not, I believe that's the most wholesome business on 82nd Avenue.
You are correct.
So
So they have to do they make them put that flag out there so you know like
No, I think it's to lure you in.
so Karen
Yeah,
can't
then-
drive through and be surprised.
Oh,
and-
I think Karen knows what's up.
yeah.
I think Karen wants to be there. She's driving through that place.
All right.
Won't someone think of the children?
Calm down.
That's when my boy's always going to get coffee. Jeez.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's also Cook Something Bold Day.
Oh.
What would you cook if I said, "Hey, make something really bold. Have some courage."
I only cook like 6 things that I'm capable of.
What's the boldest?
The boldest thing that I make? Oh gosh. I think my cooking lacks complete and total courage. And in any
You hadn't thought about that, had you? Now
No.
you need to add some whimsy to your cooking.
I do need to add some whimsy. Although I never use a recipe, I just eyeball it. So I mean there's a little bit there.
I don't know, every guy's got like that meal in their back pocket. If you were trying to impress a lady, what would you cook? I feel like that would be the boldest thing.
What would be like
and I've done this most of the time. Like
Yeah.
if I invite someone over to my house for the first meal, then
What is it?
I do steak. I do a pretty good twice. I do a pretty good twice baked potato, and then I grill some good asparagus. I do a whole thing. I do a Cajun steak with a little crust on it with a nice sear. Finish that bad boy in the oven. And then I do the twice baked potato, scoop it out, and then make a little mashed potato, put it back inside.
What if I'm vegan?
Yeah, you're not going to date me.
Well, I'm coming over to your house.
No,
I,
you're not.
I would like a vegan option, please.
What about
Thank
a
you.
vegan would look at me and be like, I'm going to go on a date with this man?
Would you have anything? Oh, I'm just dating. Let's say I'm a
Yeah, that's called New Seasons.
coworker.
I'm going to New Seasons, and we're going to get some cabbage crunch, and I'm going to lie and say that I made it. And they're going to be like, this is a lot like New Seasons. I'm going to be like, thank you. I got the recipe from there.
Just throw a plate of french fries down. Those are technically vegan.
I'll tell you what.
I guess they are, aren't they?
No, you'd be surprised, Isaac, a lot of the people that just, I'm vegan, and they survive literally on french fries. Yeah, it's like, you idiot.
When I went out and visited a gal that I was dating, her family was from out east, and we went to Nantucket, like Cape Cod, and her cousin and the wife were both vegetarian working towards vegan, and they were both fat and unhealthy as can be, and that's all the same thing. They were just always eating like fatty starches. I'm like, what are we... Like, isn't the whole point of this to be healthy? And Schulte is right. They ate so many damn French fries and like potato dishes. And I was like, what? And then like just like gobs of salad dressing. It was like I've never seen two unhealthier vegetarian working on vegans in my life.
But meat kills. It's gonna make me fat.
So, I'm trying to think of what you would even eat as a vegan. You get. I'm sure there's like a lot of pasta.
Yeah,
right.
And greens. You know.
Well, yeah, sure.
Lots of greens.
Yeah. You got lagoons and stuff like that, and
grain, like bread.
Yeah,
whole
but
grain.
technically, like, you can just survive on French fries and beer. That is vegan. You're good to go.
Well, I'm not going to be vegan anytime soon.
No, sounds terrible.
I can tell you that.
Yeah, grilled cheese. There you
Hey,
go.
homeless
Hey, can't have
Portlanders
cheese.
No, it's vegan cheese.
have filed a class action lawsuit.
I want to know where the homeless got lawyers. Next time someone asks me for money on the side, I'll be like, hell no, man, you got a lawyer.
We will update you on what's going on here. This is a big it's a big story.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Big news. Next on In the News, this is The Fan.
It's The Fan on demand.
I'm going to give it
We had that battle. I feel like.
Well, this is another battle in the war. How about
I see.
that?
There you go. It's like our Bunker Hill.
A Multnomah County judge is expected to decide Thursday, that would be tomorrow, whether to block the camping ban, which they're saying, was it the 13th? They said that they were going to start enforcing the no camping during the day ban.
Yes.
Okay. So now a judge has to decide whether to block the camping ban as part of a class action lawsuit filed on behalf of homeless Portlanders.
Yeah, because eventually it has to go to trial either way, so they just want to pause on it until it gets to trial.
So homeless Portlanders are represented by the Oregon Law Center. They have filed a class action lawsuit against the city, arguing that Portland's camping ordinance violates state law and the Constitution of the state. Attorneys filed last week for a preliminary injunction, asking the judge to block the ban while the court case unfolds.
Yeah.
The judge is expected to rule on that motion after hearing arguments tomorrow morning. Judge Judith Nada
gonna. I have no idea.
Let's try this again. Judge Judith Matarazzo previously denied the plaintiff's request for a temporary restraining order.
Well, thank heavens.
So we'll see.
Isn't it amazing that what we're trying to say is you can't sleep in camp wherever the hell you want because people own that, and you can't just set up, shop anywhere. And they're saying, no, it's our constitutional right according to the state.
To lay around wherever we want.
Yeah, I don't. This doesn't sit well with.
It baffles me.
It's like there are so many places for you to go.
Yes.
There are so many services here.
Yes.
Use them.
Yes.
Why are you suing?
Because you want to do whatever the hell you want. And this is my rub with it. Like I said, I try to have sympathy towards the homeless. Yeah. I get that some of these people are in very tough situations. I get that there's a lot of drug addiction and all that. I understand that, and I'm trying to be sympathetic. But there are so many resources, and yet the rub of it seems to be you don't want anyone having any sort of restrictions, and none of us get to do that. There's lots of things, believe me, I wish I could do in the world, but there's repercussions to them. It's like a lot of the homeless camps they were setting up. There were news stories where they're like, well, I don't want to go there. It's like a jail. They tell you what to do and where to go.
You can't do your drugs. That's literally what it seems like. You're limited to doing illicit drugs in those kinds of buildings. And I'm not saying every homeless person is like this. There are people wanting to get back on their feet. But I feel like these are the kinds of messages that are led by the people that just want that freedom to be able to just do whatever they want. And that means do their illicit drugs.
I hope we're at a tipping point finally where even in Portland, we've just said enough is an F enough. And we love the idea of keep Portland weird. This ain't weird.
Well, you know what I was thinking about this is like, well, that the fact that they're suing over this leads me to believe it was a good law.
Yes.
Like that okay, so we're getting somewhere when they're now saying we have to sue you to stop you from doing this.
Yeah.
Now that means that law or whatever that ordinance moved the needle.
Yeah.
Because they're not happy about that.
Shaking the tree a little bit.
Yeah.
It's good. It's about time we started pushing back.
Yeah.
Because again, like I feel that you should have sympathy and humanity for people, but at the same time, why is there no consideration for the rest of us that are not homeless, that are trying to
and pay exorbitant taxes?
Yes.
To the county,
and that would like to get something for our tax dollars. I don't think it's that. Or business owners that no one wants to go down to your bar, no one wants to go down to your restaurant because of that you have a basically a homeless encampment outside. That's not fair to that bar owner.
Hey, we gotta go. That's all. I mean,
sorry, that's my rant on the homeless.
That's it. That's all we have time for. Ron Washington got hired.
What? Ron?
Yeah.
And his side here? Where's
your boy?
Where's Ron? I love me some
Ron
Washington.
and his little baggies of cocaine.
Yeah.
Going to the perfect city, L.A.
Hell yeah.
So that'll be part of the Hot 5 at 5. And was Bucky Irving back at practice today? Next on The Fan.
Better health isn't always about the big things.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. It's Rob and Sooks.
Excited.
I'm Rob, Big Sooks right over there.
Right here.
Excited.
We've got Schulte back today with us.
He'll continue to be here for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, Ryan Buckley is out nursing a baby.
Taking shirtless photos.
Yeah, I think
What?
thankfully I have not seen that.
You haven't seen Ion Buckley's chest hair?
No.
It's kind of alarming when you see someone shirtless for the first time. Like, I remember the first time you posted the beefcake Italian photo.
Yeah.
You look great, and you're wearing a fedora, but you're just not used to seeing, like, coworkers shirtless. And I'm not going to lie, the first time Buckley, I saw that photo, he did the, baby on your chest, I was thrown off. I was not prepared for Buckley's chest hair.
Now, did he make that public? Or
Yeah,
was that...
it was on the gram.
Oh.
It was on the gram.
Hey, it's all for the gram. Man.
All for the gram. I think that's the only reason anyone has kids. Tax breaks and for the Instagram.
Coming up this hour.
Why else would you have them?
Is Bill Belichick coaching for his job? And who should win the Heisman?
Wouldn't that be something? I think it gets canned.
Well, he might.
Lane Kiffin style on the
tarmac. Bill Belichick in Germany?
Like he just doesn't come back.
Because they're going to Germany this week.
I would also, because I've said this many a times, of all the cities I've been to, no one parties harder than Germany. Like Berlin brought me to my knees. It was kind of scary. I just want to picture Bill getting fired and then going on just
a
bender of galactic proportions out in Germany.
He's single now too, so that would be epic stuff.
Just Bill just turning up on the streets of. Are they in Berlin or are they in
Frankfurt?
Frankfurt.
Yeah, Frankfurt.
Just go wild.
We I know what you speak with. No, I have not been to Germany.
Yeah,
but I have a small anecdote where I'm like, oh, that all makes sense. When we were in Edinburgh, Scotland, we stayed in a flat that was down the street from a club.
Yeah,
where young people went. You know, the clubs. And the club let out, and we were still up because we flew in, and our clocks were. So we were just sitting up there watching this club spill out into the streets. It was pretty rowdy, but just like anything else, just a bunch of drunk people.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden, this group of dudes, white dudes, just start rocking and shaking cars to turn over cars.
Yeah.
And then because the window's open, we're just sitting right up there, we start listening to them talk. They're a bunch of German guys.
I'm telling you. It's no one in
so
my
therefore,
experience parties harder than the Germans.
Apparently not. Because these people were all partying, but these dudes took it to a whole nother level.
The freaking Germans,
Thankfully, it
man.
wasn't our car.
No. And then you said it was like a Wednesday night, and the Germans like, oh, let's get out and get into
let's just tip over a car.
You've done something when the Scots are like, whoa, hey, guys, this is
yeah, exactly.
That's
kind of what it was like.
It's gone too far.
They're just jovial partiers, but
no, the Germans are.
Hey, speaking of party,
different animal.
I've got some Matthew Perry news.
Oh,
well, not he's dead.
I see
it can't get any worse.
Well, I guess it could get worse.
Well, it's just I was reading some stuff today about he wrote a book apparently. I don't know if you knew this.
You know what? Because I do Audible. I listen to all my books.
He has a book out,
and it keeps popping up, which I find to be a little
because he's dead.
Well, it bothers me a little bit. Like, why are you pushing Matthew Perry's book on me? It feels a little bit like
because he's in the news.
Well, I know, but isn't that like you're trying to
hawk
a book to me because a dude drowned in his hot tub?
Yeah,
it's trending. They're trying to sell trending stuff to you, baby.
Yeah, it's the first one that pops up every time I open up the app. Would you like to read Matthew Perry's book? No, I wouldn't.
Well, I was reading that this article I was reading was talking about him, and it had some excerpts from his book. He wrote a lot about his addiction in his book. Yeah. Boy, I've got some details on that.
Yeah, boy.
That we'll get to in the club.
That's uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, I guess it kind of is. He was housed for most of Friends.
It's a little dark now.
And it makes it weird to go back and watch Friends now.
It was like watching that Ozzy Osbourne show. The Osbourne or whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
It's weird when you go back and you now know that someone was completely effed up.
But it's just weird to think that a show like that, a wholesome show like Friends.
Yeah. And the dude's
just
wired.
Yeah.
The entire time.
But yeah, so we'll get to that in the club. And we have hot Python news. don't know if you saw the.
Oh,
we already talked about
saw the python.
Yeah, the python in Florida.
Thing's terrifying.
17 feet, man.
300 plus pounds.
Right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Jamal Murray of the Nuggets is hurt again.
Oh.
He will be out until at least December, they are saying.
It's a good thing no one pays any attention to the NBA until December.
Yeah.
Is it the same knee?
No, it's a hamstring.
Okay.
They're saying 3 to 4 weeks for him.
Those hammies, man. Though, be careful with those.
Yeah.
Those things,
and they will. In the NBA in
those
November,
things linger.
They'll hold him out.
Yeah.
And then Bradley Beal is making his debut for the Suns. He has a back injury, but he is back in there.
Yeah.
Let's see, tonight against the Bulls.
And then Anthony Davis, I saw, was out too. He's got a hip thing, so he's not playing against the Rockets, which they're trying to make a big deal because Dylan Brooks apparently is still talking S to LeBron.
Okay.
Can you keep talking smack when you keep getting your ass kicked by the same guy? Seems a little odd.
I think you got to double down.
I think at this point he's
Let her rip.
This is like 6 times doubling down.
It is a good night in the NBA. There's a lot of action. Sixers lead the Celtics at half, 61-54. The Knicks are clobbering Wemby and the Spurs, 31-14 in the first quarter. Later, we get Pistons Bucks. We get Warriors Nuggies. And
Zers Kings
in Sacktown.
Believe it or not, Blazers better record than the Kings.
Are we fading the Blazers? 7.5 is the point spread. That's a little high.
Yeah, Kings 2-4 on the season. I say fade them. Let's go. Fade them.
The Angels have a new manager, and it is none other than Ron Washington, the former Texas Rangers skipper.
I love Ron Washington. Everything about him. Because nothing says keeping Ohtani like bringing in the greatness that is Ron Washington.
Schulte maybe has the sniffles over there.
No, I don't have the sniffles. Wash might, though.
Ron likes to have a good time. Maybe he's half German. Leave Ron alone.
Parties.
Ron Washington is a fascinating case to me because he's got to be one of the only athletes or coaches that has had to quit his job because he does a lot of cocaine and cheats on his significant other. That is describing
ever. The mayor of DC got caught on camera smoking crack, and they reelected him. It's America. It's a land of second chances, for God's sakes. Getting myself a Ron Washington Angels jersey. That side hair alone is worth a second chance, in my opinion. He's always smoking a dart in there. Love him.
Looks like undrafted rookie out of Illinois, Tommy DeVito, will get an NFL start this weekend. He will be the new quarterback of the Giants against Micah Parsons and the Cowboys.
Some of us had money on the Giants knowing that Daniel Jones was coming out or back, and then early on we had to go to old Danny DeVito's kid, and we realized we were all screwed.
Do I have to ask, is that Danny DeVito's kid?
No.
Absolutely not.
That is not. I think DeVito is actually a fairly common Italian last name.
The Bears are going with Tyson Bagent tomorrow against the Panthers.
Fields is
Justin
getting close,
Fields,
though.
Yeah, they say he's still not ready.
Yeah. And I think they said, too, that Justin Jefferson has been activated from the injured reserve list. They got 21 days, but they said that it would be probably overly aggressive to think that he was going to play this week, but he's getting close as well.
Bucky Irving was seen at Oregon practice today.
So
stop panicking.
We don't know if he was ever not at practice. We just know that the one portion that yesterday that the press was allowed to see, he wasn't there.
But Big Sook will be peppering Dan Lanning with questions about it tomorrow.
Yeah, hard hitting. What's going on with Bucky Irving? I know something's up.
Ducks USC 7:30 kick on Fox on Saturday night.
Yeah, those late kicks. I give that 2 thumbs.
Yeah, but Fox likes it's 2 Big Ten teams, which is interesting.
Well, look,
for next year, so they like this window.
They love the late window. It's one of the reasons why they wanted the West Coast teams.
Exactly.
Yeah. By the way, I saw too that Mason Cobb, like arguably the best USC defender, and that's not saying much. He's claiming that he's not even going to watch any of the Washington film. Washington broke USC. He says he's not going to watch a single frame of it. And the coaches, I guess, are embracing that idea. Things are going great at USC.
And number one, Michigan has a 10-page response to the Big Ten informing them, the Big Ten sent
a
the
notice
letter.
Of allegation, basically.
Well, but that's from the NCAA. This is from the Big Ten.
Yeah, I'm
and
saying that that's what it was.
What they said was, hey, you could be punished for sign stealing under the Sportsmanship Act in the league bylaws. Well, Michigan has responded to that today. They had until tonight to do it. It's a 10-pager. According to Dan Wetzel, among the broader points, unadjudicated rule violations cannot be the basis for a sportsmanship action. Commissioner Tony Petitti lacks authority to punish Harbaugh under the league's sportsmanship policy, and disciplinary action at this time would be highly disproportionate given the broader regulatory context of the case, which to them is other teams stealing signs and sharing them, making them basically, making them scouts, in-person scouts.
Yeah.
So those are the three main talking points that Michigan is going off of to say, hey, you cannot punish us.
And they're basically threatening the Big Ten. They sent them basically a warning stating, if you do anything, we are going to sue your ass. I think one of the lawyers, the source said, we are not bringing a knife to a gunfight. They are not screwing around. And they specifically said they've warned the Big Ten not to take any action until the due process has played itself through. Basically, you don't do anything to affect us this season because we're winning a national championship. And a lot of people now starting to whisper that when this thing all is said and done, Harbaugh doesn't survive this. I don't think that anything's going to happen to Michigan this year, but I think that the betting odds at this point is that Harbaugh and the university part ways after this.
Here's more from Wetzel. He says, one point Michigan makes in its letter, the Big Ten is acting prematurely here. The NCAA has not yet been able to provide significant evidence, according to Michigan, and the Big Ten is relying on summaries and descriptions of evidence. Michigan argues that the Big Ten's evidence is so scant that it lacked any proof of almost any wrongdoing by even Connor Stallions. Additionally, by providing so little actual evidence, Michigan has no ability to dispute the allegations at this time.
So Michigan is saying, according to their own findings, they have no wrongdoing proof?
Yes, and now they've gotten lawmakers. I guess they got 11 legislators from the state of Michigan to get involved in this too. And so you're now involving the government, and they're saying that the legislators have warned the Big Ten commissioner that if he, I think let me find the exact quote, any ill-considered actions, the lawmakers will vigorously support the public university in their effort to compel fairness and due process. If he elects to impose significant punishment or sanctions against Harbaugh or the University of Michigan, the school is expected to explore all legal options to push back, including seeking injunctions, temporary restraining orders. I mean, Michigan is going scorched earth. They have now involved 11 state legislators to try to fight this.
Was it election day yesterday?
Yesterday.
And instead of actually caring about that, they'd rather put
Hey.
time into Michigan football. Okay,
Hey,
that's a
it's
problem.
been a long time since Michigan's won a
Big
national
Blue.
championship, and they're not screwing around.
Go Big Blue. Yeah,
Well, I
they're
mean-
good. If they weren't any good, they'd probably be like,
whatever.
you got us.
Well, this is kind of like when Penn State got hammered by the NCAA. They were like, cool, man, we're just going to sue you. And they walked back. Look, we can say anything we want about how silly this all is, but I'll bet you that this has the Big Ten rethinking. They're like, do we really want to go down
Yeah.
this road?
They better tread lightly.
Exactly.
There's your Hot 5 at 5. It's, as always, brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. Who should win the Heisman, and where would your money go? NFL edition, next on The Fan.
All eyes on Scoot.
On rebound.
Up next, we'll talk about Bill Belichick possibly coaching for his job.
Seems odd, but, I guess it happens to everybody.
The GOAT. Well, they're shockingly bad. I mean,
Well, and they haven't been good for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they've been kind
didn't come out of nowhere.
No, I mean, and it's not trending in the right direction. And again, everything ends poorly, or it would never end. And very few people get to walk away, John Elway style. So why would Bill be any different?
It's 3 years too late. He's in charge of their GM decisions, right, as well?
Yes.
Yeah, so he should have been fired the moment he let Brady walk. It's like, all right, you're past. You aren't even thinking correctly. We're done. Moving on. No, this is 3 years too late.
That's fair. You know, the greatest quarterback of all time,
Well, remember, he wanted to move on from him years earlier, and he wanted to go with Jimmy G. So the idea was that supposedly Bill wanted to hang around and transition away from Brady. That was the idea, that both obviously had an ego thing, and both wanted to prove that they could do it without the other one. And Tom did it, and Bill didn't. And he'll never admit it. That deep down, that hurts him more than anything in his life.
All right, so we'll get to that. Heisman odds, current odds, Penix plus 150, Nix plus 200, and Jaden Daniels plus 300.
Still going with the Jaden Daniels thing, huh? Even after another loss?
Well, I've got some stats here. Okay.
Okay.
Do you like stats?
I do like stats.
You like that?
You like that?
Actually, Bill Belichick says stats are for losers, but let's go. Continue.
Well, that's fair in this instance, because when I read you these numbers, you're going to be like, that could be any one of the top quarterbacks in college football.
Sure.
Point being, they all have kind of similar stats.
Yeah.
But for comparison's sake, I'll read you a few of these. Okay, so let's just do the basics. Here's a guy with 3,200 yards passing, 26 tutties, 7 picks, and his completion percentage is 69.4. He has no rushing stats to speak of.
Okay,
so I'll compare that to this guy. 2,700 yards, 25 tutties, 2 picks, 78% completion percentage, 5 rushing tutties.
That's going to be Bo.
That's Nix.
That's going to be Nix.
Who is the first guy?
So he's got no rushing to speak of. 7 interceptions. So no rushing to speak of. That's either going to be Penix or Drake May.
That's Penix.
That's Penix.
Okay, here's a guy with 2,958 yards, 28 tutties, 4 picks, 69.2% completion, 10 rushing tutties.
That's probably Caleb.
That's Caleb. Here's a guy with 2,882 passing yards, 24 tutties, 3 picks, 70.1% completion percentage, and no real rushing stats. See what I mean? Like they're all
they're all right there.
Same.
Is that maybe it's maybe McCarthy at Michigan or Travis?
No, that's Shedeur Sanders.
Well, that's
now McCarthy's stats are not quite as good.
Yeah.
And then I've got one other one on here: 2,792 yards, 27 touchdowns, 4 picks, 72% completion percentage, and 684 rush yards. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's like one of the best stat lines we've read yet.
Yeah. Who are we dealing with there?
That's Jaden Daniels.
Oh, well, there you go. But
so that's why he's plus 300.
But so many times, I hate to. The Heisman Trophy ends up being it's the best player on the best team.
Well, but isn't this why though? Because you look at all these guys, and really the only thing the way to separate them is by team success.
Team success, because you're not playing equal schedules.
They're all good.
And and some of these teams Bo probably hasn't played in a bunch of these fourth quarters. He could run up even more numbers. It's the Heisman Trophy is not indicative of who the best player is, and so much of it too is preseason stuff or who we really like. Like coming into the year, I'm not trying to doubt that Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best receiver in college football. He isn't, but I'll bet you. Do you have?
You don't think he is?
No, he is. Okay. He is. I'm not doubting.
You
that
want
he's
receiver numbers?
Yeah, because because he's the supposedly the dark horse, right? People are like, well, could he win the Heisman and be a non-quarterback because all the quarterbacks are kind of the same? I'm willing to guess that his numbers aren't much different than Dunze's or probably Troy Franklin's for that matter. But we don't hear anything about either one of those guys, or even maybe a Coleman down at Florida State. Neighbors at LSU. I'll bet you that Harrison, his numbers are not far and away better than those other receivers that we're talking about.
Okay, where do you think he ranks in? The first one I pulled up is receiving yards.
Well, and he plays in an offense that sucks, that doesn't throw the ball very
So
well.
the leader in the country, just to give you perspective, has 1,152 yards. His name is Malik Neighbors, and he plays for Louisiana State.
That's LSU, and he will probably be the number 2 receiver off the board behind Marvin Harrison. And I'll bet you that your average football fan has no idea who that guy is. But everyone knows who Marvin Harrison Jr. is because we've been told that he's the best receiver. I'll bet you Marvin sees how many yards you said?
1152 for Mr. Neighbors.
I'll go Marvin Harrison 900.
He has 914.
Oh, look at that.
He is ranked 9th, right behind Troy Franklin of your Oregon Ducks.
Okay, what about catches?
Okay,
where's he at? So he's 9th in yards. Is he top 5 in any statistical category?
Catches, he is. Bloop, bloop.
Yeah, you're scrolling down.
Scrolling.
Yeah.
Where is that? There he is. 27th.
27th. Who's top 5?
52 catches. Top 5, 87. LeJontay Wester from Florida Atlantic.
Okay.
They're all
right,
Louisiana Tech, Georgia Southern, Colorado State, Virginia.
Yeah, you got small guys spreading it around. Who's the best big name guy?
Neighbors is at 66.
There you go. Neighbors is having a better year than he is.
Arizona kid, Jake Cowing.
Yeah.
He's at 67.
Having a great year.
There's a dude by the name of Smoke Harris.
That's a great name.
Louisiana Tech.
And then touchdowns. It's so we've got 9th, 27th or whatever, and then tutties. And I'm guessing he's probably going to be in that same range. He'll probably be, somewhere between 10 and 30.
Oh, well.
And then that's all I'm saying is that my point is that if you're going to sit there, and I hear people all the time, the pundits trying to make a case that Marvin Harrison Jr. belongs in New York, then why doesn't Ndunze? Why doesn't Neighbors? Why doesn't Troy Franklin? Because they have better numbers. And by the way, they play on teams that are just as good. I mean, Neighbors, not so much because LSU loses, but that's because his defense kicks rocks. And Troy Franklin plays on the number 6 team in the country, and Ndunze plays on the number 5 team in the country and is undefeated, just like Ohio State.
So the most receiving touchdowns is 11.
Mm-hmm.
3 guys. He is at 10.
Okay, so he's right there.
Yeah, and Franklin is at 10. There's several guys at 10.
Yeah, so right in that same thing. And you never once hear like a Troy Franklin or a Ndunze mentioned in the same breath as Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yards per catch tickle ya?
Sure.
Oklahoma's Nick Anderson, 25 yards per catch.
That's a pretty good clip.
My God. Where is our boy?
That's a pretty good clip. And this is me not dragging Marvin Harrison Jr. The dude's ridiculous. He'll be a top
38th.
38th. So he will, whatever the quarterbacks go, 1, 2, 3, wherever, Marvin Harrison Jr. will be the first non-quarterback taken in the draft. And he belongs there. But if we're talking about Heisman Trophy and you're going off of the sort of season you're having, it's a great season, but it's not Devontae Smith. It's not the season that the Slim Reaper had. And it's not even the best receiver. It's not even the best season of these receivers that we've seen this year.
Yeah, someone corrected me on my odds because Daniels got hurt. So his odds have plummeted.
Yeah.
But this was before last week's games. He was plus 300. So I think he's fallen
concussed.
But who do you think is going to win the Heisman? Like, do you think it will be Nix or Penix? I feel like it's kind of on a collision course for Nix or Penix.
I'll tell you what. And this is a big if, but actually I don't think it is. I don't think it's a big if. If they play in Vegas with undefeated UW or 1-loss UW, right? So Oregon wins out and UW can stub their toe once. So undefeated UW or 1 loss. And that game essentially is a de facto college football playoff game. Yes. Whoever wins, the winner is getting the Heisman. I really believe that.
Yeah, because, I mean, they're the 2 favorites right now.
Yes.
So the only way they're really not still the favorites by then is if they stumble.
Yes. And it would have to be a stumble where there's like it's a bad game where you throw a bunch of picks and national eyes on you. Because none of those other guys you're talking about, it's not going to be Jaden Daniels. It's not going to be Marvin Harrison. There just isn't a lot of other big name star power. It's not going to be It's not going to be JJ McCarthy from Michigan.
Jordan Travis still in there?
Yeah, I guess, kind of, sort of, but I haven't heard anything about him all year. And even if he goes and wins the ACC and has a big moment, he's nowhere near right now Bo Nix and Michael Penix. It just feels like it is their trophy between the two of them to lose. How about that? Because if they just keep doing what they're doing, one of them will win it.
That's going to be kind of cool.
Be awesome. You imagine having all of that, the playoff on the line and the Heisman Trophy on the line, the last season of the Pac-12 in a sold-out stadium down in Vegas.
It's nuts.
I mean, both transfer guys that have been through some stuff with the injuries and then Bo kind of getting run out of Auburn. I mean, that rivalry as it is, both going to the Big Ten, that's storybook stuff. You can't – that's just phenomenal. And by the way, they've played 2 games in 2 years that have both been decided by a field goal in 2 of the best games that we've seen over the last couple of years. Who wouldn't want to see that again? I did see, by the way, Vegas is putting that anywhere from 6 to 8 points.
In favor of?
Oregon.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, Oregon's getting a lot of love right
Yeah,
now.
advanced lines right now are somewhere between like 6.5 and 8.5.
Well, Washington, I mean, they haven't looked great.
No.
Playing with their food, man. Yep. Arizona State and Stanford. It's about to get tough. Like, I'm serious when I say this. I'm not just trying to be a hater. Washington could lose their next 2 games.
Well,
the way they've been playing, Utah and Oregon State,
they got to win.
Be careful.
They got to win 2 out of 3. If they win 2 out of 3, they end up in Vegas. If they lose their next 2, then it opens a lot of stuff up. Because remember, USC is obviously Oregon's still alive. USC is still alive. Utah is still alive. And Oregon State is still alive. I don't think is Arizona. I think they have 3 conference losses.
They have 3, yeah. Because they're 6-3.
I don't know if one of those came in the non-conference. Because if they have 2 losses, then technically they may still be alive.
Well, the other thing about Washington is, USC, they had the go-ahead. They scored the go-ahead touchdown on them.
Yes.
I mean, we're all just down on USC. USC almost had them down 49-45.
Yep.
And not to say that USC could even sniff a stop to keep Washington off the board and come back and win, but
they did.
They had a
scored.
What was it? It was 1 penalty that, and then the sack, and they took that score off the board.
I'll tell you what, that penalty in the sack, the Caleb Williams sack to take him out of range, that's just.
And then when they punted, it was like, okay.
Yeah. This is the brutal part. As much as I love Caleb Williams, and I do love Caleb Williams, this is what I was talking about. Sometimes his situational awareness and his pocket awareness, and it just the kind of the playground nature, he's got to get that cleaned up. It's a stack you can't take. You just can't under any circumstances. That is one where if you are a good coach, you are in his ear before that play saying, whatever happens here, you cannot take a sack. You can't. We have to have this field goal at bare minimum. And it blows my mind how many times quarterbacks seemingly should know that and either don't or ignore it and take a dumb play like that. And he also falls into the...
I don't remember what that play looked like, but sometimes they know they got to get rid of it, but they can't.
Well, because
the guy gets on him too fast.
He does this more than anyone, and Shedeur Sanders does this. A lot of guys do this. It's become the big deal, and it's the worst habit in football is I'm under pressure, so instead of climbing, I just go straight backwards. It is
nothing good ever happens.
Nothing. It's just such a bad habit to get into. And in the NFL, when you go backwards, they come hunting. It is just, and that's why Shedeur gets hit as much. Now, their offensive line is garbage too. Like, it was malpractice what the Colorado offense was doing against Oregon State. How on earth they kept running 5-man protections with no edge help with the Beaver rushers and the 2 tackles for Colorado. I thought the announcer, he was going to have a stroke on air for pointing this out. Like, someone at Colorado should be fired. Like, I can't believe you keep doing that, but someone has to tell Shedeur and Caleb that when the pressure is coming from the outside, the tackles are trying to push them outside. You need to go up, not backwards. And yet they keep trying to do it.
All right. Where would your money go? NFL edition is next, including next coach fired. Here is Schultze with Sports Center.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update brought to you by X Golf. It's indoor golf season. Check out X Golf in Vancouver or Tualatin, the home of indoor golf, online at xgolfpnw.com. First on the Fan, the top of the new college football playoff rankings, looking very, very similar to last week's. Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, and Florida State at the top of the current playoff. Washington and Oregon still at 5 and 6. Oregon State leaping up to 12. Utah stays at 18. Arizona at 21 now, while UCLA and USC falling out of the rankings completely. The Portland Trailblazers back at it tonight, beginning a 3-game road trip against the Kings in Sacramento. Scoot Henderson, Robert Williams, and Anthony Simons all out as the Blazers sit at 7.5-point underdogs. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. on Root Sports. Lots of action in the NBA tonight, going over some scores of games already in progress at the half. The Clippers lead the Nets 49-46. 6 minutes to go in the third. Nice battle in Philly. The Sixers lead the Celtics 69-68. Kristaps Porzingis leading the way for Boston with 18 there. Pacers lead the Jazz 82-80. 5 minutes to go in the third. And the Hornets and Wizards going at it, but Washington putting that one away. 77-63 their lead over Charlotte. 6:50 to go in the third quarter. Big news out of baseball. The Angels hiring Braves third base coach Ron Washington as their new manager. He led the Texas Rangers to back-to-back World Series in 2010 and 2011. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Watch and wager on pro and college football from across the country at Spirit Mountain Casino. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube.
Portland CW is your home for local college football this Saturday. Montana comes to town to take on our Portland State Vikings. Join the action at 7 o'clock on Portland CW, your home for local sports. You gonna watch that? Big
Absolutely.
Zook?
You know I love my PSU Vikings. Did you see the little thing they did with the university president?
I did see that
That was
video.
adorable.
It was cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
a fan.
Yeah, she's the little old lady president there. She was like lifting weights with them and like getting all ready for the game and like putting on the pads. That was cute.
Nice little bit.
She buys into Barney Ball, baby.
Problem is they play out in Hillsboro, and you know how I feel about Hillsboro. It's a bridge too far for me. Like, it's not happening.
I hear you.
You would need something really special to get me out to Hillsboro. And I'll tell you what, the Hops and PSU, we need to move that closer in. Let's make that old Civic Stadium, and we'll talk about it.
All right, so the report is that the Patriots could replace Bill Belichick after this game in Germany. They're about to play the Colts in Germany. And this is from Nesson.
Boy, wouldn't that be something?
Based on
mid-season.
This is from Adam London of Nesson. He says, based on my conversations. No, sorry, this is from the Boston Globe's Ben Volen.
Okay.
Based on my conversations, I don't think it's 100% that Belichick finishes out this season. These next two games before the bye are huge, particularly the Germany game, which is practically the team's Super Bowl for the Crafts. If Belichick loses at home to the Commanders, which he did, and then to the Colts and comes home from Germany with a 2-8 record, I think there's a chance the Crafts could make the move in the bye week and install Gerard Mayo as the interim coach for the final 7 games.
Ooh, yeah.
Because Mayo is their coach in waiting.
Yeah, barely everyone really likes
They
him.
love him.
That's tough.
Dude,
I mean,
that is a tough. I mean,
so think about it. So they win the Super Bowl, right? And then they lose in the wild card, and that was they went 12-4, and that was Brady's last year, right? So they move on from that. And then since then, it hasn't been horrific, but it's been 7-9, missed the playoffs. The 10-7, that was the rookie year of Mac Jones. That was last year of Josh McDaniels, by the way, right? You go 10-7, losing the wild card, and then 8-9, and now they're 2-7. So, you know.
Well, and not only that, but they brought in Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
And they're even worse. Their offense is worse.
Well, and two, you look
what
at
does that say? Because that's a good offensive coordinator.
It's a good offensive coordinator, and it's just coming off a year where Bill hired 2 non-offensive guys to be his co-offensive coordinator.
Weird.
They haven't been particularly good in the draft, and when you start looking at their roster,
I can't even imagine.
And remember, this is Bill's roster. He is the GM. I mean, he's put this thing together. So when you start looking in the AFC East, when you look at Buffalo, you look at Miami, you look at New York, when we're going roster now, the Jets just have they have offensive line issues because of injury and then the whole quarterback thing. But when you look at New York and you look at the talent on the defense is absurd. That defense is nasty. And then on the offense, right, you have Hall and you have Garrett Wilson. Like, you have things there that you look forward to and you're like, okay, it's exciting. And Buffalo has a lot of good players both sides of the ball. Miami is loaded up on both sides of the ball. What about New England's roster makes you excited? What about the Patriots do you look at and say, this, like, next year, we're a player away, or that we're trending in the right direction?
Not one thing.
I mean, Stevenson's okay. I mean,
you know what? It's weird to say. The only thing that makes me excited, if I were a Patriots fan, is that it's Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And he's a great coach. And so hopefully he pulls something. But they're just, it's over, man.
Yeah. It's over. It feels like the momentum for that team is, it's non-existent. And you're a 3-legged dog right now it's just kind of needs a mercy killing. And, you know, do you trust in Bill at this point to lead a complete and total turnaround? Because the Mac Jones thing doesn't work.
No.
So you're drafting a quarterback this year and you're doing a tear down, and either you fully commit to Bill and you say, look, you're going to be in charge of this again, or you cut the cord now or at the end of the year and you move on.
Yeah, I think the only question, I think he's gone. The only question is if Kraft will do it. I mean,
mid-season.
Yeah, has he earned enough goodwill that you just simply do not turf that guy mid-season? You just wait till the end of the season and then offer him the opportunity to walk away.
When I saw that report, when you brought that up, I was a little shocked in thinking that he has obviously built up more goodwill than any coach known to man. And I would think that you would give him, you're not going anywhere. You're 2-7. I don't get why you wouldn't give him the season and then just at the end of the year go to him and be like, look, you can, we can part mutually, or if you'd like, we'll put you out of your misery, but it's time to move on. Mid-season, I don't necessarily see the reason behind it, because you literally are going nowhere and there's nothing you're going to do that's going to change that.
Yeah, maybe it's just a purpose pitch to the players.
Possible, I don't know.
To anybody in the organization that, hey, even Bill Belichick isn't above getting turfed.
No, but I'm kind of looking through here, and now Gonzalez was a hit. He just got hurt, right? I mean,
he's out.
But he was having a great year. I'm just looking through to see where. I'm going through here the last couple years to see where their difference makers have come in the draft, and I'm telling you, I can't find them. I just can't. I mean, there's been ones that have been okay, but actual home runs or people that you would say are a cornerstone of your team, dude, they don't exist. I mean, I'm back into like 2016. We are getting into like Joe Thuney, who's now, who actually ended up being good. He left in free agency, but I mean, it just isn't good enough. So it's not just on-field performance. Honestly, it's actually in the draft too, where he just hasn't been able to put together the teams that he has in years past.
Next coach fired odds.
Is he up there?
He is 7-1. He is 4th. The favorite right now is Matt Eberflus.
Sure. And he's gone,
Second is so he's not 9-4, basically plus 225.
Staley drop it all recently.
Yeah. Staley's down on Staley's now 6th. Isn't that interesting? Good time to grab Staley.
Yeah, because look, one game doesn't change Jack S. And by the way,
I think they've won 2 in a row, but
yeah, but I'm just saying that had the Jets
they've looked better.
Had the Jets had any sort of quarterback play at all, he loses that game.
Frank Reich is 2nd. That's interesting. Didn't he just get there?
Yeah, but supposedly, remember, they're having like weird closed door meetings, and
he already called out the owner for meddling.
Yep.
So he's plus 250.
And we've seen plenty of coaches last 1 year and get S-canned.
Well, we know that Carolina's going to be a dumpster fire for a long time if they're blaming the coach instead of the 5'10" quarterback.
True. Rivera 5-1. He's not going to. Well,
yeah, there's he
new owner.
He may be gone.
Belichick 7-1. Vrabel 10-1. He won't get fired.
I'll tell you what, if they do fire him,
that's
like firing Mike Tomlin. Go ahead and sign me up for the Mike Vrabel.
I agree.
Like if I'm New England and I know Mike's available, thanks, Bill. I'm going to go ahead and grab a younger version.
12-1. Brandon Staley and Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles making the list, huh?
Yeah, he sucks. That was only a matter of time, but he may not be first. This is next coach fired. So
we do know
it's probably Eberflus is out, Belichick is out, but the question is who goes first? And Staley's probably out.
Wouldn't it be something if it's Bill Belichick?
I mean, this seems. I know that you were reading from the Boston Globe and Nesson, and that is, if sports fans aren't aware, Boston and New York, they got some head case kind of sports fans there. So this strikes me. I understand that there's legitimacy to the fact that Bill might be done at the end of the year, but just the drumming up of like, oh, they're going to fire him on the tarmac after the game in Frankfurt seems a little strong to me.
Yeah, but
I still think it'd be awesome if they did.
I agree.
If they did.
Even if he's fired after the season, he could still be the next to go because Eberflus could get the rest of the season.
Sure.
Well,
again, for
that's the best bet. It's just, but because he's probably going to be gone, they're going to bring in a new coach, new quarterback. But it's just, will he be first?
Yeah.
So you want to bet on the guy you think is going to get turfed during the season, which is why I still think Brandon Staley. They go on a losing streak, that guy could get fired, or he could get fired. Or if they're kind of still within an earshot of playoffs and he's doing it, being very Staley-y, they fire him.
Yeah.
And give Kellen Moore the reins for a couple games, try to see if we can get him in the playoffs.
Yeah, to me, the only reason that you fire a coach mid-season is there's 3 reasons. One, like you said, if you feel like a change could actually, you still have a shot to make a run at the playoffs, then obviously you do that. Like if you're like, hey, we're 500 and we feel like it's a coaching decision, see Staley, right? That could make sense. right? Okay, let's stop this and let's get someone in and stop the bleeding. We think we can make a run. The second one to fire someone is if the culture is just so bad and so toxic that you feel like you have to stop the bleeding now. Like you literally are doing damage long-term to your organization.
AKA McDaniels.
Yes, by having him in there. You've lost the locker room, and it's such an anti-productive sort of thing, where it's just that bad. Or you're trying to get a look at someone else, a la Kellen Moore, which is why the Charger one is interesting, because if you do have a bit of a losing streak, or you feel like you have one bad loss, not only do you meet two of those criteria, because if you've got someone, or let's say Mayo, the coach in waiting, you're like, hey, Antonio Pierce in Vegas, you're like, hey, we want to take a long look at someone. Can our guy give this guy 6-7 weeks and let me see what he can do, and maybe we have the guy in-house? Outside of that, it just behooves you, like with the Bears, just run this thing out. You're paying him anyways. Run it out. He knows he's gone. You know he's gone, but why?
Don't need to do extra work.
No, there's no reason at this point to just shake it up. Let it happen and just, bleed this thing out.
All right, a few more odds coming up next. Then Club 1080 on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, I'm not quite sure how he's going to call the plays, but I do know that it's going to be hard for them to change drastically just in a week, and I know that they're going to be they're going to run the similar defense that they've run in the past, and they may tweak a few things, and we may see a few adjustments on Saturday, but we'll meet those when we see them, and we can only prepare what we've seen on film for now.
That's Bo Nix talking about USC overhauling their defense.
No, I mean, like you said, you can't do a whole lot. If anything, it's just going to be simplified versions of what you've seen. You can't make sweeping changes in 1 week, so expect, I think, more vanilla and just hopefully playing sounder football. And USC, if they do that, I just doubt they have the physical ability to hold up to what Oregon does.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
When looking for new construction, you want to make
Club 1080, we have hot snake news. Terrifying snake news, by the way. Someone said, what if we had an office pool on the next employee to get fired? Who's the next bill to go here? Like, we don't really get fired here, though.
Here?
Yeah, like, when's the last time someone got canned?
A show, probably.
Yeah, we've had a few. I mean, it's radio.
It's hard to get canned.
But we're so good.
I mean, places I've worked, it's not hard, but here,
Yeah.
this is why I've liked to work here and wanted to
Well,
for
that's
so
why
long.
it's a good station.
You get a lot of rope here.
It's good.
Yeah,
As you should. It's radio, for God's sake.
And you don't really get fired. They just wait for your contract to expire.
That's so true.
I mean, seriously, like you
Yeah, they're
don't
just
really get fired.
They'll
Like,
wait you out.
Yeah, it's
hard to fire someone. I think our boss, it's too much paperwork. He's like,
Dude, I gotta. Well, if anyone that has a friend that runs a business will tell you, you literally can't fire anyone without a lawsuit.
I know.
It's crazy. Like you would think like the olden days of that George Jester, you're fired. It's like, yeah, no, you're not. You want to talk about like try being a teacher or like a cop and getting fired? It's like, I'll see you in about 8 months, and I'm gonna have my job back, and you're gonna pay me the back pay plus penalties, and I'm gonna get my job back. Like you just. It's really, really difficult to get fired. And I had a buddy of mine that basically when someone would get fired, they would just have to give them big chunks of money to basically go away. Like they would just be like, "Here, we're gonna have to let you go." And it's like, "Cool, I'm gonna sue you." And it was just cheaper to just give them a big, like sometimes like a year's worth of salary.
I didn't know it was so easy to get money after being canned.
Yep.
Can be.
Absolutely. It's way, way harder than you think to get rid of someone, even when there's like real incompetence there. Like you have to have a paper trail a mile long.
Keep receipts.
Keep receipts. Which is why,
All right.
don't send text messages or emails or photos.
Yeah, no sexual harassment, Schulte.
Yeah. Schulte, don't do any penis photos, and I think you'll be okay.
Why do you think I don't send very many emails? We have all our conversations either over the phone or in person. There's a reason.
All right, I've got Matthew Perry well, not really news, but let's talk about Matthew Perry.
Do I need to read his book?
Boy, I tell you what, the excerpts that I read today,
is it interesting?
It sounds like he had a pretty interesting story.
Huh. Now, I will not read a book for someone that I'm not a fan of. Like, I love reading biographies.
Well, you were a fan of Matthew Perry, right?
No.
You weren't?
In any shape or form.
Okay.
Like, this sounds terrible, but right up until he died, I had not thought of Matthew Perry in 20 years. And so the idea of me reading, it's like I can't read, like I've read, like recently I read Schwarzenegger's book was really good. The Matthew McConaughey one was really good that I enjoyed, but I like both of those. Like the Vanna White book, why would I read Vanna White's book?
Because you want to hear if she stripped Pat Sajak back in the day? That's the only reason I would.
Britney Spears has the big memoir right now, and Prince Harry. Like, both of those are enormous sellers. They're like the two biggest biographies of all time. But I could give a rip about either one. So the idea of reading that is such a foreign concept to me.
All right, well, I'm going to give you some tidbits from it anyway.
All right.
And the thing about the Sphere in Vegas, which we will get to, also hot Python news in the club on the Fan.
If the last few years have taught us
I just think that I remember this conversation. I remember when you remember Gavin Dawson?
I do remember Gavin Dawson.
So you long time.
I interned for him actually.
Yeah, you longtime fan listeners will remember Gavin Dawson and I. We were the two update guys on the station. Okay,
Yeah.
so Gavin. Wait, I did mornings with Colin, and Gavin did afternoons. And at that time, it was a big deal because our boss, Alan Davis, made. So he made the update guy a 6-hour shift.
Yeah.
It used to be just multiple update guys throughout the day, and none of them were full-time. He made 2 full-time update guys. So my first job here, full-time, was as the morning update guy. Pretty good gig.
Hell yeah.
And Gavin's was the afternoon, and we did a Saturday show together. I specifically remember talking to Gavin, and we were, my God, what was I? I was probably... Well, I was 26 maybe.
Sure.
And I remember that we were looking through all the, the corporate, oh, you're full-time now, here's all the mumbo jumbo. It's like, oh, 401k. And I remember talking to Gavin like, are you going to do that? Because we're just terrified. In radio, you're terrified that you're just going to get fired. Like nobody stays
it's like
anywhere.
a 6-month job.
Yeah. It's like, and I think he said, I'm not doing that. And I'm kind of glad I did. I'm still here.
Still here all these years.
22 years later or whatever.
Smart decision, bud.
Yeah, pretty good decision on my part. But that's what it was. I remember even talking to Alan's like, well, should I do that? And he was like, idiot.
Yeah.
Always. I'm like, oh, all right.
Well, I got hired. I thought I would do this for like a year. I did it while I was applying to grad schools.
Yeah.
You know?
Now look at you.
Yeah, look at me. Yeah, I was applying to grad schools and like doing like fireman EMT qualification tests. And here I am, same thing, 20 years later doing this thing.
You're all smarter than me. This was like your backup plan. This is my plan.
Yeah,
so, there you go.
Yeah, it's bad.
Hey, they say if
It
you
is
have a
bad.
plan B, you didn't really believe in plan A, Schultze. So
No, this is. I mean, I would like to be a singer, but that's like, maybe that'll come. It's just this.
Oh, of course it will come.
Yeah.
You're a great crooner.
Yeah, American Idol or whatever. They'll give you a carry.
Why
They'll give
don't
you
you go on that show?
Have you tried out for any of
Been
those?
rejected twice by American Idol.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Did you get
absolutely.
into the judges?
No. I had a buddy that got. So there's like 3 or 4 rounds before
Yeah.
you even get to the TV guys,
Oh,
and
okay.
I was done in the cattle call twice, but my buddy did get to the first round past the cattle call.
Oh, but it's in person. You don't send in a tape or whatever?
I think AGT, America's Got Talent, they allow you to send in a tape. But honestly, man, it's been so long since I did this 6 years ago for American Idol. So they could allow it.
So you stood in line.
Yes.
And then you go through and you sing for just generic judges?
2 or 3 people that totally don't look like they actually know, what they're doing.
Well, they're
beside-
probably producers of the show.
Well,
they're less about music and more about
Exactly.
They're
They're getting
your
directives.
entertainment value.
Hey, do you have anybody with green hair? Yeah, bring 'em in.
Right.
So you sang the song.
Yeah.
And then they just say right there on the spot, yes or no?
Yeah, so I stood in a line of 4 people, and they had number 1, go for 30 seconds. Number 2, I was 2, go for 30 seconds. And then at the end, they're like, all right, yeah, we'll take one of you, but they took none of us. So they're like, all right, thank you for coming, but none of you are moving on.
And how long did you wait in line for?
4 or 5 hours.
Wow. And then what did you sing for 30 seconds?
Feeling good, my booby.
I got you, babe.
Yeah, there you go.
I got you, babe.
There, we have exclusive audio of the audition.
I got you, babe.
So you did that. You did that twice.
I got you, babe.
I did. I tried. Yeah.
And no good, huh?
No
Hey,
go, baby.
At least you tried.
Yeah.
Do you think that you should do it again? I think you should.
Well, they don't allow you on Idol past the age of 28, so I'm just an old
Oh.
fuddy-duddy there. But Got Talent,
That's a lawsuit.
Yeah,
Age
what the hell, man?
discrimination.
Exactly.
I know, right?
This guy, by the way, Vancouver 4 text line, fired a kid for wrecking a $60,000 car at work and then refusing the drug test, and now he's trying to sue.
That's people's reaction.
100%.
Suing your ass.
Yeah, see you in court.
I didn't know kids like that were going to win, but it sounds like he's going to get something out of that.
Well, a lot of times they just settle because attorney fees and all that. You can just, it's a cheap way to make a buck. You're a dumbass. You got fired, and you go down swinging. You can sue for anything nowadays. Look, the dumbass ran into a Max train and sued and got $7 million. So,
While wearing headphones.
if you would have told me that you had headphones and you put your head down and the Max train didn't hit you, you hit the Max train. If you're entitled to money, I would have said you got to be out of your mind. And then $7 million, and yet that lady, I think a lot of people would give up a leg for $7 million. I'd like to sit down and ask her and be like, seriously, you had to go back and do it again. You're losing that leg, right? $7 million. She's like, absolutely. $7 million.
Would you take a leg for $7 million?
Nah.
No. That's tough.
It's tough. One, I like doing stuff too much. I like being active. And I think
you can have one of those Oscar Pistorius legs.
Yeah, the problem is I've read too many things about I think losing a limb is more than just. I think the idea is like, you lose the limb and then like a couple months later, like it's fine. I think like some of those, like it's constant nerve pain, like phantom pain.
Yeah, come on.
Dude, if you ever had chronic pain,
No.
dude, it is one of the most. And I don't have it to the point where I'd like. Where Bill Walton, and speaking of celebrity books, I read Bill Walton's. Bill Walton was close to committing suicide multiple times because of the pain he had.
Same with like George Clooney.
Yeah.
He's in the hospital so
What?
bad. He's like, I want
Clooney?
to die.
Yeah.
I would rather die
What's
and
his
have.
problem?
It was a few years ago. He had an ailment. He was very sick, and he had such a bad headache, or he was in so much pain that he's like, I am wishing for death right now.
Wow.
There are times when you are dealing with chronic pain, and luckily mine has never reached that point, but there is times where you can't focus on anything else. You just you don't sleep. You just every moment of your day is dealing with that pain, and it's terrible. And I don't care, $7 million is not enough.
No.
For you to go through that. And I just like, if you could tell me that I could just lose a limb and it didn't hurt, I just was like legless, and then I had a cool Blade Runner leg, yeah. But I don't think that's the way that works. I think movies would have lied to us that it's like, I got my foot cut off or my leg and we burned it with like a Rambo like hot blade and then I was fine and just shrugged it off. I think there's a lot more that goes into
$15
that.
million.
Yeah,
15 mil.
That didn't take long.
So 15.
It's a lot of money.
The hookers
But
and
so is
the
7.
hookers and blow at 50. That's a different level. Now we're talking about high-end stuff. Come
So
on.
I'm seeing here George Clooney had a motorcycle crash in 2018. Is that what you're referring to over there, Schultz?
Something like that. Yeah, he was in the hospital for quite a bit of time.
He said he thought he was going to die. He
Yeah.
said he was just lying there waiting for his switch to turn off.
That is what I'm talking about.
And no, 15, same thing. If you told me that I had to deal with a chronic knee thing or a leg pain, I just don't think there's amount of money that is worth your physical pain. It's just not. Pain sucks. I deal with it on a day-to-day basis, and I thank God that it's not worse than it is.
The movies told me pain don't hurt.
That's a lie.
True story.
Now,
Who told me that? What was that? What movie was that? Pain don't hurt.
Oh God, there's been a million of those. That's Roadhouse. That's Swayze.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what it is.
yeah. So I'll give you a local. No, thank you. Do you enjoy pain? Pain don't hurt. Yes, it does. Now you can learn to block out pain, and it's amazing what you can. Like I always say this, like when like my gal when we first got together, she always gets all jammed up because something always hurts. Like I limp a lot. People see me and like, what's wrong? I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, you're limping. I'm like, I limp every day. The days you wake up and stuff hurts, those are normal days. So you recalibrate what feeling normal is like. I haven't woken up and not had pain in, I don't know, 20 years. It just hurts. So when you wake up and something really hurts, that's when you're like, oh crap, because your baseline is already pain. And so when something is really bothering you, now she gets really jammed up about it. And I tell you, you've got to learn to get over that because I'm never not going to hurt. That just isn't happening. But then I think about the people that are truly in debilitating pain, people with back pain or like the Clooney thing or again, like amputee type pain. I mean, those are the people that end up eating bullets, man. Those are the people that are like, no, anything is better than this. And I don't care how much money you have. That ain't taking that away. No thanks.
All right, let's talk about Matthew Perry's pain.
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you, some of the things he says in his book, dude, that story is pretty wild.
Pretty scary.
He's got kind of a wild story. We'll get into that next. And then Python news on the Fan.
It's the Vancouver Ford
So I was reading a story about Matthew Perry. Was not reading his book, but somebody wrote a story about his book.
That's the closest.
This is how I like to read.
Well, I was telling you like during break because I was talking about I like biographies, and I said you should really read Green Lights, Matthew McConaughey's. I said that's one of the better ones I read, and you were like, yeah, I've heard that. I'll never read it.
I will not read that. I don't care enough about him, but I do. I have heard from anybody who's read that book has said that it is really good.
Yes.
I have to read about very specific things that I care about before I have the attention span to be able to handle it.
Sure.
Or the brain power, because I'm really quite dumb. But there is a show or the book called Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing, and it is by Matthew Perry. He put out a book. Actually, he died nearly a year to the day after the book was published.
Again, under bestsellers right now on my Audible, there's
It's
Britney
on there.
Spears and Matthew Perry.
Well, I think what's getting out is because, okay, this sounds terrible, but when somebody like Matthew Perry writes a book, most people probably just go, eh.
I know I did. Like,
But
what?
then when he dies, or you start to read, somebody puts out something where it goes viral that, something that was in the book is pretty juicy, then people are like, oh, maybe he's way more interesting than I thought. And that's what that's what this article gave me the impression is that book is actually really good. It says that it reads like a addiction memoir with no ending. But now we have the ending.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a tragic ending. And what sucks is that's going to drive book sales.
It
which
will.
is
It will. Well, maybe
awful.
his family will get some money or something.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, John Stamos, for instance, has to be not like publicly, but hating this because he actually released his memoir, his autobiography.
And his is about like being molested a bunch.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
But
yeah, because he was a child actor.
Well, and his was like he talks about how like a female like babysitter like slept with him, and he's battled a lot of that stuff. So he goes into a lot of those details, I guess, about his, he I mean, I'm not saying he leaned into it, but a lot of the excerpts I read about that were, and he was on Howard Stern, he was talking about it was a very sexual.
Or like being drunk on a show. His, gosh, I was reading a lot of articles like right after Britney's came out as well, but then as soon as Matthew Perry passes away, I haven't heard diddly about Stamos, but we're still hearing about Britney. Just no John.
Well, yeah.
No Uncle Jesse.
But Britney, I mean, she's just insane, and people just eat that up,
Yeah.
She's headlines with that.
People want,
But
there's a reason why you put out the abortion, or you put out the sex abuse, you put out the drug addiction to sell your book.
Perry, he basically said, he goes, I was a just add water alcoholic at the age of 14. The first time I had a drink, I was an alcoholic.
Wow.
Okay, so he clearly he was an addict, and had that. We've all met those people that have that addictive behavior, and it doesn't
Can't
even
stop.
They can't stop anything. Like it doesn't matter what they're doing. I'm not even talking about drugs and alcohol as much as I'm talking about just something in their life that they've.
It's an addictive personality.
They're addicted to it for 8 months, and then they're on to the next thing. It's that cycle.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people that go through recovery, they either become chronic smokers, or they become gardeners, or they become yogis or whatever. You just replace one addiction with another. You do yoga for 9 hours a day. That's your own addiction, but it's just a healthier addiction than putting smack or booze in your body.
But he said, he was down to his last penny. And by the way,
really?
He gets he
burned through all of that. Oh, before friends. I was going to say
yeah.
he burned through his friends' money.
No, he said that he was so desperate to get a gig, he was done. He desperately wanted to be famous.
Yeah,
but he said that he just couldn't. Nothing was flying, it's Hollywood. And he said that Friends started a week after he told himself, I'm out of this. I mean, I'm done.
Yeah.
My career's over. He went and auditioned for Friends. It started a week later, and
that's crazy.
Look at what happened.
You think about where his life would have gone. He was going to go get a 9-to-5 job, and he end up with Friends.
What he said was he probably would have
killed himself.
Well, he didn't say suicide, but he would have drank himself to. In a bad. He said he really, really, really wanted to be famous. Well, then he gets famous, and he said that he couldn't handle it, so he started drinking, and he was drinking so heavily. He said that when you're making $1 million a week, you can't afford to have the 17th drink. In other words, he was drunk the whole time during Friends, but he he kept it on the rails enough to perform. And lo and behold,
He did?
He did.
For
he
all
was
those
good
years,
on that
right?
show.
Was it like 12 years or whatever that thing ran?
And
10, I
that-
think 10 seasons.
He
yeah.
said there is one season of that show that he can remember. And it's the one season that he was sober. And it's the one season that he was nominated for an Emmy.
Huh.
The one season he was sober on that
It was
show.
his best year.
It was by far his best. And they, if you talk about the acclaim of that show, he was the best guy on there.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
He was very funny, good physical comedy,
He actually had acting skills, I feel like. Yeah.
He and Phoebe, I mean, he was good. So anyway, he then, so Jennifer Aniston at one point, I think this was towards the end of Friends, at one point Jennifer Aniston goes into his trailer and says, Matt, we can smell it, man. This is not good. And they knew, they were all very supportive of him. He said he wouldn't have lived if it weren't for them. He said Friends was everything because of those people.
Sure.
And of course the money that was coming in. So he was getting housed all the time. They said he was drunk the whole time on Friends, except for that one season. But he kept it on the rails enough until Aniston went into him and was like, man, you got it. This is bad. Well, that apparently was like the last season. He gets drunk. He has a jet ski accident. I don't even remember that. Apparently this was in the news. And what do you think happens? He has a jet ski accident. He goes to the hospital.
Gets on pills.
Addicted to painkillers. He said he had the first time he had a pain pill.
It was in.
He was done, and he knew it. And he then said that he was shoveling 55 of those things in his mouth every day.
Holy balls.
To the point where he said he didn't eat. And everybody was like, what are you doing to lose weight? He's like, dude, these are meals.
Pain pills.
I'm eating so many pain pills, they're meals. Whew. So it just, as you can imagine, it just got worse from there. I don't know if you've seen him, anything before he died, anything of him recently. It was a mess.
There was we don't need to go into why I saw the photo, but someone posted a photo of him like a week before his death, and it was it was really bad.
It's shocking.
He looked like he was 50 to 60 pounds overweight. Yeah. He looked pale, and it was rough.
He was shocking. Yeah. If you hadn't seen him or heard of anything from him in a while,
I had not,
because he was on that Friends reunion. They propped him. They did that live Friends reunion where they were all up on stage. Yeah. And they propped him up and they put his ass on the very end. And he couldn't speak 2 words. And everybody knew it, at least on the stage. And they tried to, kind of cover it up, and he wouldn't really answer questions. It's been a really, really rough go. Yeah. And then, of course,
whatever happened here, whether it was, whether it was a drug thing, some people are saying that it looked like a heart attack, but either way, it just,
Well, that's the thing. I mean, most of the people that use a lot of cocaine or a lot of drinking at a time in their lives, or a lot of pain pills, they don't really last too far past 50 or 60. I mean,
no, that's a lot of hard living. It just goes to show you too, like you mentioned, like just in his, no matter what he did, there's just some people that their bodies just aren't meant. They just can't handle anything. Like you said, whether it's nicotine, whether it's Percocet, whether it's booze, whether it's weed, it's whatever. We all know that person. You take one of there's lots of people that can dabble in stuff and nothing ever affects them, and then you get one person that does it one time, and it is like the hooks are in and you can never get away from it.
They said his colon exploded.
His colon exploded?
Yes. He in 2019, July of 2019, his colon exploded only 3 years before the book's publication, and in January 2022, he underwent his 14th surgery related to drug addiction.
Oh my God! Because I'm guessing that the pain pills and stuff stop you up, make you constipated. So
yeah,
didn't he have to use an ostomy bag for a period?
Yes,
of time?
that was the colon situation.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you've ever been on pain pills, it constipates you. It's like when you leave a hospital, you have to you got to make a dookie before they even let you go. Oh my God!
Yeah, and so they said for all his gestures towards sobriety, and he would talk about it, he was not.
So this is kind of my point, right? So how much money was he worth? $100 million?
Oh, was it that much?
He was making 20. I know that every single Friends person gets 20 mil still a year just from the residuals, and that's just that money, none of their other stuff.
Yeah, this is because we were talking about the whole, saying net worth $180 million. So that guy had more money than he could possibly spend. But You think his life at all was enjoyable? That guy probably spent every day of his life in mind-numbing, again, miserable pain. It's what I was talking about, like with the chronic pain. And addiction is just that, because when you have chronic addiction, that guy probably woke up with all kinds of aches and pains and sweats and bloating, and his colon blew up, for God's sakes. 14 surgeries related to addiction?
Yeah.
That guy was in miserable pain every day of his life.
Well, and he
you
said,
think 100, would you trade your life for his? Okay, you get $180 million
No.
and you wake up every day like that?
No.
Money ain't all that.
How old was he?
54
or
50 something?
No, I can't do that. And I tell you, he said that apparently in the book he writes that he knew he was going to die.
Yeah.
He knew it. He said his biggest revelation in life at the age of 53 when he wrote it was that he was still alive, that it hadn't gotten him yet.
Yeah.
And he died a year later. He said there are two kinds of drug addicts. This is a quote from the book. There are two kinds of drug addicts, the ones who want to go up and the ones who want to go down. I wanted to melt into my couch and feel wonderful.
Yeah.
And that was it.
That's it. It's funny how many times you read that sort of sentiment. I remember watching a thing on Chris Farley, and they all got together the last time that SNL crew, so it was like David Spade and Adam Sandler and that whole group, they got together for who's the ladies' man, the black guy. Can I interest you in a fish sandwich? The hell's his name? Yeah, the Cavassier guy. Why can't I think of what his name is?
Good old what's his nuts?
That guy. I'm drawing a complete blank on what his name is. That is the ladies' man. They got together at his wedding, and
Tim
Meadows.
Tim Meadows. Yeah.
Tim Meadows.
Yeah.
They all got together at Tim Meadows' wedding, and Adam Sandler was saying that was like the best time. They hadn't seen each other in a while, and they just said Farley the entire time was just on one, making everyone laugh. It was an entire weekend, and they just said like no one left that thing like with a dry eye. But every one of them was like, holy hell. And I guess they were like, hey, Chris, you're gonna go. And Farley was like, cool.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, he was like the Belushi thing. He said that John Belushi was his hero. And he basically was like, dude, that's fine. He goes, if I die a legend, then that's all right. And wasn't just completely knew that he was. And if you've seen photos of him right before he died, you think Matthew Perry looked bad? Look up Chris Farley right before he died. It is, even for Chris Farley, it is rough.
Well, that is just.
And Farley just was like, yeah, I'm not changing a damn thing. And if I die, I die. And then I think it was like 2 months after that, that he died on the floor with a hooker and a mountain of drugs.
Well, it's such a horrible situation for people like that, but especially Chris Farley, because I've heard different accounts of when he was passing, when he was on that floor. You know, he talks a big game, like, whatever, I'm going to go out. But when she was walking over him, he's like, please help me, or like, please don't go. He actually didn't want to die.
Yeah.
So they can say that. They can take, take those hits in front of people and be like, whatever, sure. But when it comes down to it, they're scared as hell going out of this world. And that really hits me hard. It's very sad.
Yep.
All right, well, there's a little hot Matthew Perry news.
That's just sad.
It was wild. Yeah, his life, for those that don't know how crazy that was, it was crazier than you even could imagine.
And you just wouldn't think that for someone that seemingly had everything.
Yeah.
Look at this, by the way. This was
He had it all. Yeah, big. Yeah, I was just looking at that.
That's
big boy.
Yeah, that's
big boy.
That's a rough go.
All right, how big was this python again?
big python. Fought 5 men.
And here's the thing about the Sphere in Vegas. We'll get to those items when we return here on the show. But first, Jordan Schultze, Sports Center.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Stanford's. This classic American steakhouse has exactly what you've been craving. Visit them in Clackamas Tannis Corner online at stanfords.com. First on the Fan, looking at the Portland Trailblazers back at it tonight, beginning a 3-game road trip in Sacramento against the Kings. Scoot Henderson, Robert Williams, Ant Simons all out as the Blazers go into tonight's 7.5-point underdogs tip-off set for just about a half an hour from now, 7 p.m. on Root Sports. In the NFL, the practice window opening up for Vikings receiver Justin Jefferson. It means the team will have 3 weeks to activate him as he returns from a hamstring injury. And the New York Giants officially announcing they will start undrafted rookie Tommy DeVito at QB against the Cowboys. Matt Barkley is going to serve as his backup. And big news out of baseball, the Los Angeles Angels hiring Braves third base coach Ron Washington as their new manager. He led the Texas Rangers to back-to-back World Series in 2010 and 2011 before resigning in 2014. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Watch and wager on pro and college football from across the country at Spirit Mountain Casino. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
This is your home for year-round NFL coverage.
hot python news.
Yeah.
We're big into snake news here. And so because I'm mentioning that, I assume my algorithm is listening to me, and they just sent me a vid.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have probably seen this. I think I've seen it before, but it's on one of those people are idiots like Twitter feeds, you know?
Oh, yeah. Dumb people videos.
Those are great.
And it's this woman who, it's about 2 minutes long. And here, let me see if I can throw it up on the fan Twitter. Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be nice.
If I could do that for you guys.
We'd appreciate it. Then we would all follow this journey together.
Well, anyway, I'll see if I can find it. She's reaching in. She has what looks like to be like a Burmese python, but I don't know.
Okay.
And it's
a
like
python of some sort.
Yeah, and it's in a cage, and she opens it up because she appears to be like a pet owner, snake pet owner.
I think I've seen this. I think I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah, that snake pops its head out of there.
Oh yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, hi, pretty girl."
Yep.
And the snake bites her wrist, instantly wraps around her forearm.
Yep.
And then there's one guy filming, and then there's another guy in the room, and the other guy's trying to get that snake off of her, and he cannot do it.
Is that the one where the guy's like, what do you want me to do?
No, at about the 140 mark, the guy filming goes, "Hey, would you like me to stop filming and help you?"
Yeah.
And the whole time she's pretty calm. Dude, that snake, first of all, there's blood pouring out of her arm.
It's like breaking her arm.
And then second is the snake wrapped its top half around her forearm, but then she put her arm low so that the bottom half of the snake wrapped around her leg.
Yep.
Now the snake has her arm and her leg trapped next to each other, and she's still sitting there going, "Well, this is what you get when you don't." And she's super calm about it, and blood is dripping onto the floor, and then the video ends. That's it.
I've seen that.
It's terrifying.
Yep. I've seen that.
Now I'm gonna see if I can throw it up on the fan Twitter here.
And
Hold on.
you can tell because like she's starting to like wince and cry because I'm sure it's crushing her. Sure, it's crushing her arm.
Why are you talking to a snake like a cat? Hi, little cutie.
Snake people are
they're so weird.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
You're so dumb.
Well, it's the one thing like
they really are dumb.
Snakes don't have. They're not complex creatures. It's not a dog. It's not a cat. It doesn't have love for you. But you see this all the time. People with gators, people with snakes, and they think they have some sort of loving bond with them. And I don't mean to be cruel, but I think those videos are hilarious. And I'm like, dude, your dumbass got exactly what you deserved. At least it's not poisonous. Those are the biggest idiots, is the ones that keep poisonous snakes.
I think I'd rather be bitten and die by a poisonous snake than be strangled, though.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know.
100%.
I don't know about
That's
that.
quick.
Have you ever seen what snake venom does to your blood? That is not a quick way to die.
Yeah, but just being conscious and it slowly, like that moment when you realize you're effed, worst moment in the world.
On the plus side, though, that you would
When
pass out, and then
you would, but still, I don't know, man. I'm with
look,
Jordan.
Either way, it sucks. I'm just saying, the dumbass that keeps the chance of a python killing a grown person is probably pretty small.
Right.
The chance of a poisonous snake killing, like if you keep a cobra or a mamba or whatever, if you keep a rattlesnake in your possession, you're just asking to die. Because at least with the python, it bites you, it wraps around, there's someone there, you can get it off, whatever, and you got a bite and maybe a broken arm. The rattlesnake or the cobra, you make one slip and it bites you, and thanks for coming. If there's not someone right there, dude, it's your ass.
Yeah, but
like you're done.
I don't know. Pythons can eat you too, wasn't it?
No,
It was last year.
Pythons can't eat people.
Yes, they can.
Not you and not me. They may be able to eat small Asian women or children.
That's true.
No offense to anyone in this room, myself included. A python isn't swallowing us.
If it's 22 feet, Sook, I think it'll fit you inside just fine.
Well, that python. So that brings me to
the
python
Florida
news.
one.
The one in Florida. 5 dudes caught this.
Yeah, like it fought
python.
him.
Oh, hell yeah, it fought him. That thing was like, the thing weighed 300 pounds. It was 17 feet long. And these snake hunters, in Florida, obviously they're very
It's an
invasive.
yeah.
And so they have to get them and kill them. And they did kill this one, which even I, as a noted snake hater,
Yeah.
they terrify me. I did not like that they just put it down right on the spot.
Yeah, but
it's come on, man.
There's
But I
so
get
many
it.
of them in Florida. They just don't have a choice.
Did you see what was in that thing's belly?
No, I just saw the photo of the 5. Like,
Close.
there's 5 grown men not even standing shoulder to shoulder. Like, there's a foot or 2 in between them, and the steak is still longer than all of them.
Yeah.
It's
17 feet, 300 pounds. They said they found little deer hooves in its belly.
Jeez.
God.
Imagine you're just cruising
Dude.
through the Everglades and that thing's waiting around in there for you.
I mean, I understand. Like, I can't stand bees. I can't stand bugs. I can't stand snakes. But like bees, I have.
Schulte, I'm guessing you can't stand a lot of things. You don't really strike me as a real crocodile hunter type.
No, I'm more of a wuss than a crocodile.
I don't really picture you out in the woods.
But I understand why bees exist. Why are snakes on this planet? Why are they helping us? What do they kill little rodents? I'll deal with the little rodents.
Yeah,
damn
they
it.
kill rodents.
Yeah, do we really need snake? I'm with Jordan here again.
No.
Do we need? Look, there's a lot of things that can kill rodents.
Yeah.
Maybe we just eradicate snakes and we'll deal with rodents other ways.
I guarantee right now, Snake Dude is losing it, being like, "They're such a valuable part of our ecosystem," and then they're gonna yell at you like, "You want to live in a world without snakes?" And then they'll tell you that like,
Yes.
if you got rid of snakes, then the world would like collapse.
Snakes should not exist.
Have you ever seen a snake climb a tree? You ever seen a python climb a tree?
A python? Or
Look up python climbing a tree. It's terrifying.
You cannot hide from a python.
No, dude, they wrap themselves around the tree and they like slink their way up it. It's very there's a reason why like the whole devil snake, thing. They're right out of Satan's butthole is what they are. And
oh, yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine like being up a tree and you're like, I'm safe, and then see that thing climbing the tree?
Look at that.
Yeah, it's like a little slinky.
Look at that is right.
Yeah, it's no good. And they're so fast. They just
Well, that's what always freaks me out about snakes.
they're way too quick.
Anything without legs
Yeah.
that can move that fast
No, like
is not to be trusted. And then, oh, by the way, venom. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I can just unhinge my jaw and eat you.
I don't know.
No, thank you.
I don't know why, but look, I don't like them, but I'm not terrified of constrictor snakes. They make me uneasy, but poisonous snakes, that's a whole.
I may go constrictor.
That makes me. Because I feel like with the constrictor snake, there's a margin of error. With the poisonous snake, there is none.
Do you think constrictor snakes are kind of clumsy?
Well,
they're going to make a lot of mistakes.
I think
get a lot of penalties.
Yes, because the constrictor snake, for the most part, is not going to look at a grown man as food.
No.
It's just not. It doesn't want to mess with you. I've seen enough of those anaconda videos where those idiots are like walking around in like thigh-high mud, and the anaconda wants nothing to do but just to get away, right? And yeah, they get bit, but the anaconda still wants to get away. And the same thing with the poisonous snake. The poisonous snake just wants to get away, right? But when the poisonous snake makes its point for you to go away, you die. As opposed to the constrictor snake, I just feel like I give it some space. It's not a big deal. If I stumble upon one, maybe I get bit. It wraps itself around my leg or whatever, but it's not going to eat me. Eventually, someone will get it off me, or it'll leave me alone, and away it goes. Dude, just again, you want something scary? Look up like a demonstration of what snake. Like people take a vial of human blood, and then they have the poisonous snake. Like they milk the venom, like where they put the fangs in the cup. And as the venom hits the blood turns into like a sponge. And you realize that's what it does to the moment the venom hits your blood hardens and starts to expand. Like, what? That's not right. Mother Nature can go straight to hell. Whoever developed that thing, kiss my ass. Oh, and then by the way, make it really, really fast and slippery. No.
Well, and how quickly they can strike.
Yes,
and
from long distances.
And they can kind of stand up, and they ambush you.
Yes.
Like there's just nothing good about any of it.
No. You're just
not one thing.
You're just walking, and then it's like hiding in the bushes, and it's like, oh, I don't like you walking by me, and then there you go. Yeah, and then you're done. And then it just cruises away back into the dark, and you're done. Don't like it. Don't like it one bit. There's not many things that I would rather, what's the best way to put that? There's not many things that are worse for me to go head to head with than a poisonous snake. I mean, obviously, if you got like an elephant or like a hippo, again, you have zero chance. But there's just not many things that I'm picking that I wouldn't pick over a snake, a poisonous one. Like, what chance do I have?
I don't know how snakes don't bother. There are some people that snakes don't bother.
Yeah, they're stupid.
I don't know how those people.
They're dumb.
Exist.
They're dumb.
It's just.
And if you keep
that makes no sense.
If you keep a poisonous snake, I just want you to know that I'm on Team Snake, and I hope it bites you because you're a moron.
All right. Let's wrap it up next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on The Fan.